Hey guys, do you like beautiful things? I know I do. I have books, but I have to admit, I have a problem. I can't buy paperback books. I buy beautiful leather-bound books that are far too expensive and ridiculous. But you know what? If you also feel that way about dice, there is a company out there that makes beautiful, amazing dice. WANDERLILY Dice makes handmade artisan dice, much like my ridiculous books. Because there's nothing wrong with having an adoration for beautiful things that you love. So go check out WanderLily Dice. You can find that their dice are sharp edge, sanded, polished, and inked by hand. Each dice is perfectly unique, one of a kind. And if you want beautiful dice, much like my beautiful books, you can use the Ink and Lyre 10 code and save 10% for your purchase. I know we're jumping in with advertisements, but I'm just so excited about beautiful things. Welcome back to Twisted Phil, might I add. We had a crazy session last time where some people lost an eye, some people went unconscious, and some people almost died. But before we get back into this, we have to talk about a home for these books. So, my beautiful books have the greatest of shelves. And your beautiful dice that you get could have the greatest of homes. Those homes come from Nine Realms Gaming. They make glorious, fine wood dice cases. They never use any dyes or stains, and all of their vaults are foam lined with the finest of silks, the finest of beds for your dice to rest in. If you go and talk to them, you can use the partner code LIAR10 and get 10% off. Like, that's glorious, man. This If you love D&D as much as I do, that's a good hobby. Take care of it. Go, commit, get beautiful dice. Be- Beautiful dice trays, beautiful dice cradles to take care of those things you love. As always, we want to give a shout out to oh no, I lost him. Ounce's Music. Yeah. He is a musical artist who's responsible for most of our soundtrack. If you like his stuff or really want to hear how awesome the music is that he makes, check him out at Bandcamp, Twitter, or Instagram, or SoundCloud. We would also like to give a shout out to Sirenscape for the ambient sounds that we use on this stream. Their music and their online player are awesome, and you can like make your own stuff. Go check them out. Other than that, I think welcome back. Yeah, I think we're ready to jump back into this, which I've been thinking about all day, and I know a lot of my players have. So let's jump in. As always, there is a viewer discretion where Twisted Veil is intended for mature audiences and engages with the following trigger themes. Consumer discretion is advised. Violence, gore, drug use, various adult themes, and adult language and horror phobias. With that, grab your script that you can find, tip your hat to Lady Luck, and let's board the train into tonight's episode of Twisted Veil. Hello, and welcome back. So, previously on Twisted Veil, infected with polio, the party made their way downtown to Fresh Meadows Hospital. With the help of Tobias's charm and deception, the party managed to convince the hospital that they were all members of the guild and received prime medical treatment, removing them of their polio condition. During this, Captain Fritz Webster made a deal with Ellie, giving her an additional bag of medical syrup in exchange for visiting him at the Cage of Grace to enact a favor. After a bit of preparation, the party headed to the Soulstone processing facility to help Joshua Fitzsimmons with the Soulstone heist. While prepping inside, the party found a small robot, a toolkit by the name of Kit. It happily bonded with Doc Murphy and led him to an old guild armory where a Gatling gun was left behind. Inside the factory, the party was attacked by a series of riot breakers led by Colonel Jeremiah Asher. Through a hard-fought battle and threats from the colonel, the party managed to escape, but not before Tobias was beaten unconscious and Ellie lost an eye. After jumping off the moving escape train, the party landed in a pile of burlap sacks filled with cotton and managed to escape, though Tobias didn't make the landing. But Nemo traded her pen in an attempt to keep Tobias safe. So,
and I dragged Tobias's unconscious body at least 3 times. Just dragging that boy.
Let me see. I think I want to stay on the fight music right now because I think we're still kind of in the middle of it. You guys, you're safe. You're safe, but as Zack has said, it is intense. Right now, you are kind of huddled up, hiding beneath these sacks. You can see that there are guild soldiers just like running everywhere. Union members and other workers are like talking to them, pointing them different ways. And the person that you gave the pen to, Nemo, is like helping gesture. And he looks over and he's like, all right, there's going to be a cart that comes by soon. We're going to load the carton up into it. You're going to have to jump in. We got to get you out of here.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. I'm going to need everyone to make a stealth check, but I'm going to need someone to make it with a disadvantage for dragging Tobias's unconscious body across the street into the cart.
I think I have the highest. Do you want me to do it with disadvantage?
It's up to you guys.
Okay.
I think that'd probably be safest.
Well, I think we need to shuffle anyway, because I just took the last card.
Let's shuffle.
Okay. And then
we get our cards, right?
Yeah, we get one more twist card.
Yeah, buddy.
We're missing some. Does somebody have cards from the...
I shouldn't.
Striding out, Ellie, I drew a card, and so Ellie got a 5 on her stealth. She steps out, clutching her eye, bandana slung over just as a patch.
I literally can't get any lower than this. Nemo got a 7. We're staying within these bags, right? And just trying to hop over to the cart when it comes.
So the cart pulls up about 10 feet away from you, and this is a hornet's nest of guild personnel. Like, they're walking around, they're interviewing everyone. Like, as you peek through sort of like the slits of the sacks, you can see like they're pulling people aside, questioning them rapidly. Like, this city is in chaos right now after this heist you guys have done. And about 15 feet away from you, very slowly, kind of, dicking around, not loading up too fast. There are workers that are pulling aside the big burlap sacks of cotton and throwing them into the back of this cart 15 feet away, trying to still give you cover, but it's about a 15-foot run to get to it.
Can
And
I put Tobias in a bag?
These things are like 2.5 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a body bag,
You
unfortunately.
didn't know Tobias is a contortionist.
Yeah, he folds up really small.
Yeah.
With a target number of 7 that you flipped.
I got a. Were we all rolling for it? Or
It's just you. It's just to get Tobias there.
Then I got a 7. I literally couldn't get below a 7, so we're
Meat
good.
beats. So, Ellie and Doc, you guys managed to like kind of skitter, jump in the back as they throw sacks on top of you. Meanwhile, Nemo is helping the unconscious Tobias get across, and like halfway through, you see some guild members walking down the streets that turn and look at you, but before they can say anything, a few, flat cap, suspenders, obvious like workers step aside and they start talking to them, and they're pointing at you and they look mad, and you see like they kind of slip them some script. You make eye contact with them, Nemo, and then they turn and walk away.
I skitter. I'm moving as fast as I can, moving this boy.
Okay. You help Tobias into the back of the cart. Your friends are like kind of like grabbing his shoulders, pulling him in, because you're not the biggest and heftiest of people, but they like drag him in, and immediately the Union's like throwing more sacks on top of you guys until you are buried, and you are rushed away as you hear like the crack of the reins, and the carriage just clop, 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 clop moves off. Do you guys want to do anything while you are all like underneath 2 feet of cotton burlap sacks with an unconscious person, and Ellie, who, though conscious, is bleeding profusely from her eye?
I'd like to regain consciousness, please.
That'll be a minute.
I'm just curled up in a small ball, like my eyes are darting between Tobias and Ellie's bleeding eyeball.
Just silently writing. I'm just holding my eye and just silently writing this trip.
Ellie, would you like me to take a look at it? Can't do much for it now, but...
You can take a look at it when we get out of the cart.
All right.
Is Tobias going to be okay? Is he... He's gonna... Right?
He's stable.
Okay, yeah.
It'll just take a little bit extra to wake him up. It's... When you go unconscious the second time, it takes a little bit longer.
Okay.
You continue to just... You guys don't know where you're going. You've put your faith in these people. You've jumped into the back of this cart, and it's just clopping along, moving through the streets. Occasionally, you hear conversations going on. There's even a few gunshots that ring out, but no one seems to pay you mind. And you don't know what's going on because you're all smothered in these burlap sacks of cotton. You can't even see each other. You're just like talking and whatnot, laying flat in this cart. Eventually, the cart comes to a stop, and the sacks begin to get unloaded. And one of the members sort of looks at you, and he's like, "All right, you're safe. We brought you to the pot. Do you need help with your friend? Is he dead?"
No. I mean, I don't know if we need help, but he's not dead, so.
He'll come back to us. It just takes a little time. Not everyone just wakes up right away.
A few of them volunteer to help you out. Being back at the pot, you are at that sort of abandoned, dilapidated building, hard to navigate, but two people volunteer to, throw Tobias's arms over their shoulders and drag him up. You get to the main hall where a lot of it's kind of abandoned right now. There's not a lot of people here. They're kind of out dealing with the situation. And he lays Tobias down in the bed of the room that you guys previously slept in and says, "You all should have a good night here. There's a lot of distractions going on. Take your rest. And tomorrow we'll talk about what needs to be done. Thank you for what you did. I hope your friend makes it out."
Thanks. Can you put a watch down somewhere lower in the building? We'll call up to us if anybody comes nearby.
I can assure you right now, everyone's doing everything they can to make sure you all don't get caught.
Thanks.
And he sort of does a little with his hat and walks out. So you guys have the night to rest, for Tobias to get back up after the rest, and you do your medical checks, Doc. And yeah, the floor is yours.
Nemo, it's your turn tonight.
Yeah.
You're laying in front of the door.
It's alright, yeah. Did it go well? It's just really quiet, I guess.
We're all here. For the most part, nobody lost too much. I think it went pretty well.
I feel like the option was a quiet night or a more rambunctious one within prisons. I think this is possibly the better option.
Yeah.
Before Tobias wakes, are we sure we want me to wake him up?
What do you mean?
I mean, he was the leading voice in going, was he not? He's not gonna die. Make him suffer a little extra.
Oh, don't worry. Wake him up. I'm going to make him suffer. I've been waiting to say I told you so for a couple of hours now. I'm ready.
Perfect. I'll get damp cloth to kind of put over, help restore it, and then grab some ammonia and just hold it under his nose to wake him back up.
All right. The strong alchemical smell of ammonia hits your nostrils, Tobias, and you are shunted awake. The last thing you remember is just crashing into a pillar after you jumped off a train. You don't know where you are, but you look around and see familiar faces.
You gain 4 points of healing.
Hey, I'm back
Conscious
to
as
full.
long as it brings you above 0.
What am I? I think I was at 0, so I'm full health now. Yeah, buddy. Where am I? Where are we? Where's my gun? Are we safe?
We are safe, yeah. We made it back. Did somebody grab his gun?
Yeah, I did.
There's your gun.
It's Well, do we win? What happened?
Yeah.
It looks like it worked, yeah. I mean, we did what we were supposed to do, and
Where's Fitzsimmons?
Don't remember, huh? Oh, yeah, we woke you up in the train, too. Fitzsimmons didn't make it. We could get you onto the train. We couldn't get him.
Okay. Okay. He didn't make it. Okay. I didn't really expect anyone to die during this.
Well, I don't want to say it, Tobias, but I told you so.
I told you so.
You making an eye joke right now?
I'm sorry, Ellie, but I'm glad we're alive. That was a little rougher than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it was. Maybe now we can see eye to eye about riot breakers. You see what I did there? I made a joke about eyes. Because my eye got torn out by a harpoon.
I'm glad we came to an understanding, Ellie. Who's got that gremlin hooch? Oh my god.
I finished it.
We deserve it. We deserve it because we did a good job, right?
Yeah. Can we go find some liquor? Actually, that'd be quite nice.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Doc will pull out a bottle of whiskey from the table. It's the last one I have from Beyond the Breach. But I feel like this is as good time as any to break it open.
I'm first, and I just snatch it, pop it open, and take a long pull before putting it down.
You pop open the bottle of Dunville's special liquor whiskey. It's hard. It like most whiskey, it boils up in your stomach and just kind of comes out. But after that, after losing an eye, someone falling unconscious as they just crash into a freaking pillar, it's a solemn night. There is no one that really comes up to your floor. Last time you guys were here at the pot, there was like the constant ins and outs of different workers. There was the whole community where they made a dinner, but people are too busy. Instead, you kind of all just drink alone.
Nemo does not drink.
Okay.
Tobias absolutely drinks.
Ellie, may I address your eye?
Yeah, you can take a look at it. Tell me the damage.
That's a lot of healing. That'd be 4 points of healing.
Nice. Cool. Oh, thank God I could take that off so I could actually see something again.
Well, you still can't see.
I know.
You manage to bandage it up. You look into your little medical kit and put like a little eye patch on it, dress it, disinfect it. Ellie is still missing an eye, but she's not profusely bleeding from said hole in her face.
We'll need to keep an eye on it, keep it clean, make sure it doesn't get infected, but I mean, it's up to you if you want to prosthetic or not.
Think about it. Hey, Toby, one more laugh. Give me one more laugh about this. Make one more eye joke.
I'll see what I can come up with.
All right, and with that, Ellie just grabs Toby and throws him across the room.
I deserve that.
Yeah, you are grabbed by the collar of your shirt, hurled across the room where you slam into the wall.
I've been unconscious enough times today. I think I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. I think I'm gonna keep my mouth shut for right now. It's been a long day.
Has been a long day for everybody here. So, could you give me just a moment and keep your mouth shut, please? Thank you. I'm gonna go to bed now. Doc, we'll talk in the morning. I go and lay down in one of the beds.
All right. Everyone heads to bed, but there is definitely a tense aura in the air. Sacrifices were made. Lives were lost. And you guys fall asleep, battered, bruised. But before you fall asleep, I believe Deanna gave me the little hand raise.
I was touching my nose. I was going to say, for the first time in a long time, Nemo is not going to sleep.
Okay.
She's going to sit in front of the door, and she's going to stare at everybody and the rising and falling of their chests as they sleep in bed. And she's just going to sit through the night.
Nemo, you stare at the door as hours and hours go by, realizing that the first lead you had to what happened to you is gone. I need you to make a target number 10 will save.
This was for flavor, but
I know it was for flavor. I know it was. But I have.
This
plans.
flavor is
Ah.
bitter.
I got a 14, and whoever inflicted that upon me takes 2 points of damage. So it's you. You're taking 2 points of damage, Brent.
Got him.
Using my
Get
twisted
him.
mind feature.
Whatever inflicted it upon you takes 2 points of damage.
Yeah, can't steal trap.
It got
You-
emotions.
Master damage.
You stare at the door, thinking about the pen and everything that has happened, and you've recently experienced very little, if any, sleep. For simplicity purposes, because I don't want to make you suffer here. I'm not going to give you like any points of exhaustion or anything. I'm gonna say, like-
Brent, we have discussed this. I
Yeah.
am immune to exhaustion.
You doze off for like 15 minutes every now and then, but you just kind of wake back up haunted by the reality of what you experienced. And the following morning arises. You are the first to hear it. There is a slight, tap, tap, tap on the door as someone knocks. Everyone else is still sleeping.
Did I hear footsteps approaching the door at all?
Yeah.
Okay, did it sound like large man, small woman? Can I... recognizable footsteps or up of a red coat?
It sounded like a single person approaching.
Okay, but I don't recognize it at all.
It did not sound shifty. I mean, you're asking some wild shit here, like, can I recognize everyone by their footsteps?
All right, I'm
footsteps.
sitting next to the door. I'm gonna lean over and see if I can see those shoes under the door frame. Are they black boots?
They look worn and weathered.
Look over at everybody and stand up and crack the door, keeping my back against it just in case I need to, I don't know, shoot somebody, do what I need to do.
You crack the door, hand eager to grab a weapon. You look out and you see a young man, sort of a crow's widow's peak going on. And you recognize him. It's James, the father of Abigail. And he sort of looks and he's like, "Are you okay? Uh, we have breakfast out here. Is everything all right?"
Insight check. Is breakfast a squadron of redcoats that have taken him hostage and forced him to come here and get us into the main room?
I'm
Oddly
not even gonna
specific.
make you flip it. It's James. He's
well,
not.
but does it look like James is under duress?
No, James. It looks like James.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not gonna make you flip it because the failure would just be like, "Oh, it looks like James." It's James. It's legit. He's
The
not.
success is also it looks like James.
Yeah, there's no one like down the hallway with a gun pointed at him. It's legit James. And he seems genuinely concerned about you guys.
Thank you. Just a moment. I'll be right back. Close the door.
Take like as it closes on his face, you hear the muffled like, "Take your time."
Squint at the door, still deeply suspicious.
Mhm.
And then, I don't want to wake up any of you. You're all terrifying. Okay, I'm just gonna stomp loudly.
You're all terrifying.
Good morning.
The second clap, I am up, gun out, aimed in the direction of the clap.
I was trying to wake you all up at the same time.
Yeah, Ellie just like wakes up with a 6-shooter and points it at your face, Nemo.
I was trying to wake you up at the same time because I thought you might all be a little bit tense. James says there's breakfast. Okay, well, James says there's breakfast in the main room, and it didn't look like he was under threat. There was no way to tell, but no, it looks like no, I don't think so. He seems okay, and I think he's waiting outside the door right now, so he seems healthy.
You're sure it was just James?
I tried to check.
Flip me an insight check, sure. Sorry, notice, I believe it is. In
Scrutiny.
Scrutiny.
Yeah.
Flip me a scrutiny
what's
check.
my target number?
Target number is 5.
All right, that's going to be a 7.
As you do
It's
this,
James. I love
I
you
reopen
guys.
the door.
I love how seriously you are taking this situation. But as a DM, I'm trying to be like, it's fucking James. It's James.
But what was Ellie doing as I'm checking
as
again?
you were checking the door, Ellie is realizing how off her aim was in terms of aiming in the direction of Nemo.
Because you're missing an
And
eye.
it's just like, puts the gun away.
Yeah, like when you check the door, James just like has his hands in his pocket and he looks and he's like, "Oh, is everything okay?"
James,
Yes.
is there anything down the hallway?
Yes, there's something
Other than breakfast. Are you here under duress?
He's like, well, I mean, there's, and like immediately you see sort of the raggedy dress as Abigail sort of like
My
walks
God, they
down.
stoop so low as to send a child.
and it, like she glares at you and Abigail says, "Are you ready yet? I have a lot of things to say to you."
Is it actually breakfast down there?
Well, yes, it's about.
Okay, thank you. And I
6
close the
a.m.
door. Yes, it's just James. It should be
You hear
fine.
"rude" from Abigail.
Yeah, it looks like it's fun.
We met a new friend. Would you like to meet him?
The door's closed. Are you talking to Abigail?
I closed the door in her face, but you can reopen it.
Yeah, Nemo closed the door on both of them.
I'll reopen it as soon as I know that Abigail's out there. And just, Abigail, we have a new friend. Would you like to meet him?
Is he a good person? I like good people. If he's not good, I would not like to meet him. He's not like Billy, is he? I tried to give Billy a kiss, but he didn't like me, so I socked him in the nose.
As you should.
Is he like Billy?
No. Well, he's not the person at all. But he's not bad.
Is he an animal?
No, not an animal. Guess again.
Honestly, those are the only two things I'm interested in meeting, so no.
He's kind of like a stuffed animal come to life.
Oh. You have my attention.
Kids, will you come over here?
You call to Kit, Kit, who's like kind of been powered down. Once you say his name, his like center orb does a little bit of a backflip, and then he does a couple beeps and walks over and kind of peeks around the crack of the door. Abigail looks down at him and her eyes narrow, and she says, "His name is Kit."
That's correct.
This is acceptable. I always wanted a kitty, but Daddy said I couldn't have one, so I shall call him Kitty. Kit, you are my cat now. And Kit just like kind of looks at you, whistles a little bit confused, and looks back at the girl, and she holds out her hand and says, "Come, Kitty. I have to pamper you and love you, as is appropriate."
Kit, you heard the little miss? You gotta listen to her.
Kit whistles and like stomps off and follows the child. And like you can hear her in a very no nonsense tone being like, "First we shall give you a bath, and then we shall give you the best of milk. You shall be petted and loved, and you shall be my new kitten."
Probably don't want to put Kit in a bath.
Abigail,
Doc,
neither kit or kittens like baths.
kittens don't like baths, but this thing's probably waterproof. Probably.
Right.
Yeah, and she walks off, and you guys are kind of left to your own devices.
Well,
Ellie gets up.
I'm ready for breakfast. How about everyone else?
Yeah, Ellie walks out of the room. Yeah, maybe they have some cooked meats at the breakfast. That'd be pretty good. Right,
Breakfast.
Tobias?
Breakfast sounds good. He's groggy as fuck. He drank a lot last night or had a fair share of the bottle and still recovering. But breakfast sounds good, but don't eat that cooked meat. It's not good for you.
Okay. A little hungover, Tobias. You wake up, kind of scratch your head, and everyone else comes out into the main room where there is like a few single pots made out over the campfire. Smoke is filling up the room, drifting out of the windows. As it's going on, everyone kind of goes around and gives you guys like these metal plates. You can see in the corner there are a few of the classic gas mask Freikorp individuals, which we will put what they look like back up here, just in case you forgot.
Yeah.
Show art.
I'm just kind of trailing behind the group a little bit. Wow, that's much scarier than I was picturing.
Oh yeah, no, the Freikorps look terrifying, but they're all like kind of in like those weird full head gas masks, and they're like standing in the corner watching you guys when you come out. But like immediately people are giving you trays, filling it up with stew. You didn't see what it was cooked with, Tobias, so you don't know what's in there, but they're like just filling it up, and everyone seems to be in a generally good mood. Abigail is like over in the corner, and she has put sort of like a small bowl of milk, and she's staring at Kit, and she's like, "Now I know you are not a kitty, but I need you to pretend to drink because you are now my kitty, and I need a pet. And if you do this, I will love you and take care of you. This is how we play pretend. I was told this is a very important thing for child development." And Kit's just like whistling and beeping and like leaning down, and she's patting him, being like, "Good kitty, good kitty."
What's for breakfast?
One of the members who's sort of serving you guys says, "Eggs and bacon, real eggs, real bacon." Oh, I want to say thank you for what you did. We don't know who took the soul stones, but a lump of cash came in. A massive lump of cash. And we all talked about it last night. We're going to purchase the building. No more is the guild going to come in and ask us for dues and rent and whatnot. We're going to purchase it through and through, legitimate. And then anyone here who's having a hard work day down on their luck can stay.
Where's our cut? It's good news.
Sorry. And he like gestures over to someone. They come over and he's like, "Oh, these is them." And yeah. And like a woman like nods to you politely and says, "Thank you again for what you did, sir." And pulls out a letter and gives it to you.
I sit down on a table or at a chair with some food and tear open the letter and look inside.
The letter reads, "Allies, thank you for your help. Head to the cliffside of Stranger's Keep. At 6 a.m., there will be a change in patrols. There is an opening in the wall behind a stack of whiskey barrels. Stay away from the lights near the wall. In the cliffside, you will find Ronan. Give her this letter. Our agreed upon payment resides there. Do not linger. The guild is hunting you. Signed, your friend."
I pass the note back to Tobias.
I'll take it.
Okay. You read the same thing, Tobias.
Look at that, Ellie. Was it worth it? Look at all these faces. Was it worth it?
Yes. You can
That's
say
what
so.
That's what I like to hear. He's gonna pass a letter on. That's what I like to hear.
While I'm collecting soup, I want to ask if James is still there in the line and to the guy serving soup. So, what happens, outside? Were you in any sort of trouble while it was happening, or did it mostly just happen, down south, I guess?
I mean, the guild's been like a hornet's nest, just swarming everywhere. But none of us were guilty. None of us got caught. Sad to lose Mr. Fitzsimmons. It is, but
Yeah.
I think he knew what he was getting into. And things are going to change around here. People aren't going to be nickeled and dimed by the guild anymore once we own this building. As much as we all hate the guild, they have a series of laws and ownership. Or what do they say? That's 9/10 of the law, ain't it?
That's no, I'm glad nobody was, on the outside had trouble that bad. Did you know Fitzsimmons personally, or is it just, like a symbolic thing?
He's been a part of the UMC for a while, or UMS for a while. He's a hard worker.
MSU.
MSU. Gosh, dang it! I literally went
Just
through my
say the
notes and
union.
tried to find it. The MSU for a while. He's a good man. He cares about work as he does. But I think he knew what he got into, and if he had to give his life for something, he made life better for all of us. We already started to get some workers in. Once we purchase the building, we're going to fix it up. Make it, dare I say, livable.
That's great. Yeah, that's really nice. Thank you for the soup, and I'm gonna Leave.
Before you leave, he puts his hand on your shoulder and says, "Hey, you guys, you did a good thing here. You helped a lot of people, and I know there's no words I can say to express how much you helped, but tell your friends thank you. I think next year, Abigail, she's going to have a good birthday." And like, you look over and like Abigail is just like, sort of like leaning down, petting this big heavy orb of a robot, just being like, "Yes, good kitty, good kitty." And he smiles and he says, she's a smart child.
Yes. I'm glad you're with her.
I'm glad you helped. Thank you. And he takes his hand off your shoulder and goes back and gets some supper, feeds it to his kid.
While she's doing that, I want to talk to Ellie since they left the table.
Okay.
Why do you have to be so rude to him?
To who?
The people here?
What do you mean?
They were basking in a recent success and you pushed them on your own success instead. They were trying to thank us and you cut them short.
It'll be a successful thing when we get money. I'm happy for these people to be able to buy their building, but we need money too.
I don't disagree with you, but I mean, everything that they've said has been true so far. I could understand you pushing them if it wasn't, but it doesn't seem like there's any risk that we weren't going to get paid.
We don't have money in our hands yet.
I feel like you're more skeptical than I am.
Is there a problem with that?
Sometimes.
Today's a hard day, Doc. And you can't blame me for just wanting to see a little bit of something go into my pocket for my own reasons. I'll celebrate sometime soon with all of these people. But right now it's still business. The job's not done yet.
Can the joy of others not be more important than filling your pockets with material possessions?
For some people, sure. For these people, no. Right now, filling my pocket is more important than these people. If they benefit, so be it.
What are you going to do with this influx of cash? What could be so important that your life is more important than the 40 or so that live in these apartments?
Different group. Different affairs.
Doc will just go back to eating.
While you are eating, Doc, Tobias, your meal is interrupted by the two members of the Frey Corps that come over to you.
Gentlemen, can I help you out here?
That was a very brave but reckless thing that you did. Why did you decide to help Joshua?
And they look like they could use the help, and the union of the people here. You know, we're try to work for the people when we can. You know.
When we last talked, you seemed hesitant.
Hesitant to help Jeremiah? Or Joshua?
Joshua, yes.
Hesitant to help Joshua. He's well, I mean, he is a little bit of a loose cannon, but he's got a good heart. And I figure maybe with us on his side, you know, things will go a little bit smoother for him and smoother for the Union.
We are interested in your change of heart. We will relay this to Von Schill and see what he has to say. But thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You have taken the heat off of us. Now we will not be hunted, but instead you four will. We appreciate that.
They didn't see our. They didn't. The guild didn't see our faces. We got away, right?
This is true.
This is a. Okay, yeah. Let me tell them. Yeah, the guild. We got away kind of scot free.
This is true, but if you think that they will not be scouring every hospital and every place and all of the city, that would be foolish. They did not see your faces, but they will look for hospitals, medical records, people on the run. It will be best to stay low.
Well, it's all right. We can. I know I can blend in, flash from press badge, and I can help my folks blend in too. I'm not worried about them.
Well, we wish you the best. We will no doubt be in contact.
I look forward to it. Anytime you want to help out the Union, help out the little folks, look me up.
They nod from behind their masks and leave.
To gesture to Nemo, Tobias, and Doc, who is sitting next to me, to come together if we can.
Okay.
Takes Nemo a second, but she comes over. She's sitting crisscross applesauce, drinking her soup.
Doc had a point. We should celebrate a little bit. I don't see much of a point until we have money, until we see this job done. If you all saw that letter. But to the people of this building, we're making a name for ourselves. I'll admit I'm not going to be entirely selfish and only proclaim my name. We should start thinking about whether or not we would stay as a group, what we would call ourselves. We don't have to do that right now.
Do we want to be known?
To these people? Maybe.
I don't think it has to be a name that we're directly associated with. Something that lives in the shadows. Like that fella that lets out the anonymous radio show every once in a while.
Batman.
No one knows who he is, but he's got the name.
I think it's Bruce Wayne. He lives in the slums. Right, okay.
No, not canon. No. Nope, that's not Bruce Wayne.
I've heard of him though. I heard of Bruce Wayne in the slums.
No. Copyright strike. We can't bring Bruce Wayne.
Sorry. It's just a Bruce Wayne, not the
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne. He can be called Bruce Wayne.
It's a nickname. Bruce Wayne-Einstein.
He's
James-
not wealthy. He's a poor fisher.
He's just a poor
He's
boy.
the guy
Nobody
that owns
loves
the
him.
boat. The guy that we didn't ask the name of.
Yeah.
James did want to say to everybody to pass on thank you, and that he is excited that Abigail is going to have a very nice birthday next year. So he wanted me to pass that along to everyone.
I want to apologize for bringing everybody into this thing, but you can't deny that y'all did some good in the world, right, guys?
We all make our own choices, Tobias. You didn't force us into anything, at least not me. But apology accepted.
I think that the lesson to be learned is that maybe you should be careful when lives are involved and being a little bit too overconfident.
I mean, I got the pots and pans. Nothing can hurt me.
Tobias, can I talk to you over in the room? Is that okay?
Sure. What you got, sweetheart?
Yeah. I want to talk to you alone, so we're going to have to go over here.
Follow her off. Let's go.
I wanted to tell you that I'm very sorry, and it's not going to happen again. And I know what I should have done instead, and I have. If it ever comes up again, it's not going to happen again. So I'm very sorry that. Yeah, I'm sorry I messed it up. So.
Well, what'd you mess up? I'm confused.
We were really lucky to have Doc with us to make so it seemed you're doing okay. So it's you don't have to worry, or you shouldn't have to. I'm going to do my best so that it doesn't happen to you again. So I won't. You won't be put in that situation again, and I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, we all got out okay for the most part. Bounces over at Ellie, but we and me, I got nerve damage in my legs. But
your legs are all, and you were unconscious for a very long time, 2 times, and you shouldn't be in that situation, and it was stupid. So I'm sorry.
I had a good feeling we could handle it, and we all pulled our weight. We all did the best we could, and we all survived. I had no doubt in my mind we could survive. I said it from the very beginning that
Joshua died, and the guy serving soup said that it was all right because Joshua was ready to give his life for it, and it was something he thought was worth giving his life for it. And I don't. Maybe you do want to give your life for it. That's not for me to decide. I just don't want you to be. I don't want you to be in that situation. So I'm sorry that it came to that.
I understand what you're trying to say. I'm going to tell you to not worry about it, because I think we're going to be okay from here on out.
Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say. It's not, yeah. If
we choose to stay together, we work well together. I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah, well, I haven't, I've been alone for a very long time, and it's a little bit different when there's, people that you have to be in front of, people who aren't. I'm used to being able to leave, and that's not going to work anymore. So I've learned, and I've gotten better, and next time I'll get it right. So I just wanted to let you know so you don't have to worry about it.
I appreciate that. I have faith in you. I have faith in you, Nemo.
Okay. I'm going to get some more soup. Bye. I leave.
So
Nemo has the best conversations with people.
They all end with bye. I'm done talking.
You guys have your breakfast, and you are left with sort of the coordinates and instructions on where to go next to get your payment. According to the letter, you need to head to the cliff sides of Stranger's Keep. There should be an opening behind a stack of whiskey barrels, and stay away from the lights.
Wow, there's about 30 Freycore soldiers.
Did you say 6 a.m. or 6 p.m.?
I'm going to go 6 p.m. because I realized, if I do that, we're just going to spend another whole day sitting out here waiting.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
6
I wrote a.m. So.
p.m. Let's do
Okay.
p.m.
I'm sorry, what zone was this in again?
Stranger's Keep.
This is in Stranger's Keep.
Okay.
So if you look on the map,
We don't have to cross the river.
Yay.
You don't. New city map. Yep.
Hopefully we don't got to go back in the sewer.
I think we're going through
No,
a
they
hole in
told
the
you how to
wall.
get through the barrier, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
They were
okay,
like,
that's good.
hey, you know, there's going to be a shifting guards around this time. And look for the whiskey bear. Like, there's rudimentary coordinates on how to get there.
How long
Yeah,
I'm gonna
does anyone
stay?
have
Go ahead.
anyone have an idea of what to pass the day with?
Besides celebrating with our citizens over here.
I think we should celebrate. Somebody order pasta. Get pasta delivered. Can we get that pasta?
Unfortunately, there is no DoorDash in this this time.
I mean, somebody could walk over to the restaurant and just order quite a lot and then carry it back over here. Probably
walk.
shouldn't be one of us, though. Do you think we can? They said they haven't seen our faces or anything, so they're just looking for people like us. We can go into the city, right? Or
I think it depends on which one of us it is. Ellie is quite the defining characteristic now.
well, she,
Yeah. I cannot go in front of Asher again.
Did he see you?
No, but he's seen me before, and if you know any man like him, which I do, I think the defining characteristic that I'm missing an eye, and they found one on one of their dogs. He's gonna put two and two together.
The eye just came out that cleanly that it's got a whole eye on.
No, it's more that there's probably an eye or remnants of one that they could find.
Sorry.
I can confirm that there's no eyeball left in there.
Right.
Do you all want to see
What?
it, by the way? It's pretty gnarly.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
feels gnarly, at least.
We're about
I
to
got the
eat spaghetti.
I got
Hold
quite
on.
the
Show us
close
an
look
eye.
at it already.
Spaghetti and meatballs.
You want-
Tobias, see what you've wrought. See what you didn't really write. Do this upon me, but see what this tonight, last night's session brought upon us.
So much for you choosing your own things over here. I guess now it's my fault.
No, I misspoke. Tobias.
Mhm.
I'm
I
sorry.
think
I bet you
I think
did,
that the
Ellie.
points. I think the point is that if Ellie were to leave this and be found by the guild, she'd bring the Eye of the Storm down upon us.
That was right. Can you still move your eyelids, or do you have to like pick it up?
I just flashed the wound to everybody.
Ooh!
And it kind of looks like a harpoon going into the eye would be brutal, and so it sort of like tore, and it sort of left a gouge, and so I definitely cannot close the eyelid right now. And I'm like, here's the deal. I'm calming down a little bit. It still hurts a lot.
Yeah.
You are all allowed, including you, Toby, to make eye jokes.
Oh,
Maximum-
I thought you were going to say that we could touch it.
No, maximum 2 per day. Any more, I might get annoyed by it. All right? So you divvy them up. You figure it out. 2 jokes per day. That's one from Doc.
Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on how many jokes I make.
All right, that's it. It's the limit. We've met it. Next person who does it is going to get a punch to the face.
Right.
Not
What if
me,
they
not
do
me.
it accidentally? Like if Abigail says a joke that contains an eye, are you going to throw a 4-year-old
no,
across the
it's
room?
you 3. It's you 3. I'm putting the limit on you 3.
Okay. So if I went and I told Abigail to make an eye joke, would you throw me or her across the room?
I will figure out who told her to say it,
Yeah,
and I will find them.
you're getting a little saucy, Nemo. Calm down.
Sorry. I don't feel so good.
So, do you guys want to try to head downtown and be stealthy? There'll definitely be some checks. I mean, we do have a few things to do downtown. You guys can go to the House LeBlanc,
I
get
feel
some
like
pasta, or we
my
can
vote,
just
we
lay
should
low.
take a couple days of laying low before we
All
go
right.
get spaghetti downtown.
So,
How about I'll get you the spaghetti? I know. I can talk my way out of it. The guild, they trust me. I can walk my way downtown and get some spaghetti for us.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll do that. So we're gonna move through this quick because the party is separating. Tobias, do you go straight there or do you make a pit stop? You can make one on your way back if you want.
No, it'll get cold. It's already gonna be cold. Then it's just gonna be even more cold. Let me.
So it is 2 script to ride the train to get you back even faster.
2
have?
script?
It's I know that's freaking wild, but
That's like $60.
yeah, according to the core, it is 2 script to ride the freaking rails.
Can we like rent a bike?
Nah,
Imagine how much the bike's gonna cost.
1,000 script, 1 billion eyes.
Let me make a pit stop beforehand, and then I'll go get the pasta and bring it back.
All right, let me switch up my music because we're gonna get into some interesting stuff this time.
Ooh.
Run.
Tobias, you make your way, taking a pit stop back into the howling slums, going through sort of the pathway and barricade that you usually go through. This time, it's a little bit more difficult. You see that there are like a small troop of guild guards that are patching up the hole you normally go through, but fortunately for you, you managed to pay them off in the past. And they like nod and like give you this information that like, hey man, we can let you in and out, but after this pathway's been noticed, essentially. So this is kind of like your last time to use it.
I'll let any ne'er-do-wells know that. Thank you for your hard work, boys.
You head back to like sort of the old warehouse, not warehouse, but like abandoned building that you're stuck up in. You climb the stairs, open like not open, but like peel off the 2x4s that like you nail back up every time you go in. And inside you see a series of wires, sort of like rudimentary electronics that occasionally like crackle because this building's like having a hard time dealing with the power that you're pulling from it. And
A few crystals like hung up.
just like yeah, like running into it like soul, like straight up like barely operating soul stones that are like consistently are about to crack and shatter. And you find the radio. What does the radio look like? Tell me about that.
The radio is it's like 3 main pieces, like 3 big boxes that are kind of take up a whole fucking desk. There's like a microphone sticking out of it in dead center. There's like 2 speakers on both sides. There's like a switchboard with a bunch of wires running all across it, and he has to like move a few of them each time to get it to work. There's a bunch of dials,
like the old-fashioned operator.
Yeah, exactly. And of course the lights, the crystals glowing, so you've got to like flick it to make sure it stays on. And then it's time to hit record. After he plays with it, and he records.
Gotta change the music.
Oh, that's nice. And he records his message for the day.
You walk in, and the radio's kind of been on the fritz for a while. You've been having a hard time getting it to work despite your mechanical prowess. You just can't seem to figure out what's up with it. You've assumed it's, because it doesn't get enough power or like some other technical thing, but as you go up to it and reach to turn the dial begins to turn on its own and the crystals shatter. and the room goes completely black. But even though there is no power or electricity, the radio begins to still operate, which doesn't make sense. And you just hear like static as you can like see the dial as the light shining through the window is illuminating this room, just like kind of going back and forth and back and forth. And occasionally it'll stop. And you'll hear words that pop up like mid-song, like a single word, and then it shifts to another and another, as you're almost like getting Morse code of these different songs. And a fog begins to fall over you. Can I get you to make a target number 14 wisdoms or will save with disadvantage?
Willpower with
Okay.
disadvantage?
Willpower.
That's
A
14.
14 with disadvantage.
Yeah, no cheating on this
Oh!
one, brother.
I got the red joker, but it is a disadvantage. So
It is a disadvantage.
that's going to be... Where's our willpower? 5.
Oh!
And it's 14. I can't cheat that.
Does red joker trump on a disadvantage?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I know Black Joker trumps on advantage, but I don't think the Red Joker does.
I want to say, for all intents and purposes, because I was planning to use the red joker, or the black joker, like a trump. It would be unfair of me to not give that same grace to the red joker.
Very kind.
So, yeah, we're going to say anytime you draw a red or a black, those trump. Just to keep it simple, because I feel like if we don't do that, it's going to get out of hand real fast for me. Okay. So, here's what happens. You feel yourself sort of being pulled into this radio. You are frozen for a second. Your hand inches away from stopping the dial as it shifts back and forth. And during this mixture of radio shows and songs, you hear, today, folks, Beyond. And then it like shifts again. And it's like, and then it shifts again. And the city. And then it goes back again. And it's like, walls. And it just kind of shifts back and forth in between these different radio shows as you keep hearing that again and again and again and again until eventually your hand catches it and stops it. And then the radio stops and your telephone rings. Your old-fashioned, you'll pull off, put it to your ear. It's still pitch black in here.
Okay. I'm gonna fucking answer it. Hello?
Good prop use. Good prop use. What do you desire?
What?
What do you desire? And when this voice speaks to you, it doesn't just hit you right in your ear. It sort of echoes, bouncing around in your head and runs down your spine. And the lights flicker on every syllable.
Any way to stick it to the guild?
Go beyond the city walls, and you will have your wish. And then static takes over.
Okay. I'm gonna write down beyond the city walls. I assume there's got to be a map in here or something that I can just lay out and Okay. And just stare out for a solid minute, wondering where I'm gonna go.
You stare out for a solid minute, and like you have no sense of direction, and you're looking, but there's like a twinge inside of you, and even though no communication was made, something inside of you thinks it wants you to go north into the frozen tundras.
He just points hard and makes a loud thump as he pokes the map. North. That's where I'm gonna go.
Okay. That residing. We're gonna move along because we can definitely linger on this for a long time. But
this boy be making deals with devils. Know he be shaking hands at crossroads.
Something about that radio, man.
No.
Something about it and how it speaks to you.
It's the most valuable possession I own. It's
Nobody wants to answer.
It knows me like no one else knows me.
You don't want to answer a phone and the phone say, "What do you desire?" That's just never goes well.
Nah, it's fine.
7 days.
Okay, so we're gonna move through a little quick to get everyone back into this session. That said, you know, think about this. You have like a go bag, like a GTFO bag, right? Get the freak out. Like pack it up, you know, have it residing in your area. You head back to downtown. You get to the House of LeBlanc, and you try to order pasta. Let's change this music because this is not pasta ordering music.
The pasta's gonna kill us.
It's pasta ordering music. We have to get
Order pasta.
It's an impasta.
When you get there, you sort of go up, you talk to the bartender and explain, you know, you want some pasta, and he's like, hey, sorry. Right now we got something better. All the rage going on in New York. I mean, I can give you a deal, but ain't anyone ordering pasta right now. It's a new dish straight from Italy.
From Italy or New York? Make up your mind, man.
From both. You know, the immigrants come down, they've been affecting New York, and I gotta say, everyone knows food like Italians, you know what I'm saying? Italians are moving in, and this right here is the creme de la creme. The greatest thing I've ever tasted. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's gonna be big, it's gonna be huge, it's gonna last throughout the ages, it's going to define food in this country.
All right, you all right, what? Tell me what this thing is. You're selling me on it, man. What is it?
He sort of waves over, and he brings out there's this really big metal plate, and it looks like a long flat piece of circular dough with tomato sauce and cheese and meats on top. By the way, pizza took off in America in 1902. So this is new, man.
This is an educational stream.
This is ancient history. This is the iPhone right now. He's like, trust me, you're gonna love it. It's amazing.
What is it? How am I supposed to carry this bag? It's huge.
It's called pizza. Don't worry. We'll put it in a box. You can take it. You know, just hold it. Head on back. Trust me, it's amazing.
All right, give me 2 pizzas. I got hungry mouths to feed. We got to make it the best pizza you ever made. We're having a celebration tonight.
2 pies for this one.
This is some victory pizza. Put some pineapple on it.
Pineapple? Are you crazy? Who put fruit on this shit? I stand by that. Fight me. They bring you out a cheese and like a pepperoni with sausage pizza, and you head back with 2 pies back to everyone where you guys have a nice dinner and
it's not spaghetti.
Deal with this experimental food.
This food is the future. This is the future of all foods. It's taken off in America. It's taken off in Egypt. It's taken off in Italy. This is the best. So I hear. That's what
Look,
the
I might only have one eye, but that's not pasta. I can tell that's something different if you're trying to trick me right now.
I mean, it could be pasta if it's got run over by a train or something.
It could be
I'm sure
pasta.
you
It could be
weren't, fooled by
delicious.
All right, Nemo, taste test.
I lick it. Is it greasy? Is it cheesy?
Oh, it's cheesy and greasy.
It's the good New York stuff.
I cut the pizza in half, and I take my half of the pizza. And
It's all pre-cut. They didn't give you an uncut pizza.
Then I scoop up all the slices of one half the pizza into my lap, and I go back into my couch position with my arm full of pizza slices.
Just a greasy girl cradling what, like 10 slices of pizza?
We got to share here, Nemo.
You have 2 of them, and there are 4 of us, so we can each have half of a pizza.
All right. Nemo goes back like a savage with like greasy slices just hanging her over her arms, cheese and sauce spilling onto her like shirt and coat. Slowly
This
pulling
is incredible. This is what we did it for.
You heathen.
I told him to give us some victory pizza, and he gave us some victory pizza.
It's really good. It's really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wildly good phenomenon. Doc, Murphy, Tobias, how does the pizza hit you? The pizza?
It hits me like a truck. It's so good. When it truly is the future. Everyone's gonna eat this everywhere.
Welcome to 1902. I literally had to look that up, and I was like, "Oh shit, I gotta do that." It came out and like it took off in 1902. We gotta talk about pizza.
History of the stream. Wow.
History in the making.
So how much... Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah. As Ellie's just sort of eating her slices, we need to go get paid, which means we are going to have to step out of the house. So I think we should all probably go together. I don't know how long they're going to wait for us. We didn't really get a sense this evening, right? For the pizza? No, for the pizza's taking over my mind now. I'm just thinking only about that. For the
Supposed
money?
to be at
How can you
6.
Okay.
6, I think.
We'll say it's like an hour away to move the story along. Like you guys are having like a nice supper. It's almost 6 p.m. Tobias came back with the pizza. You kind of just been hanging out, chilling with everyone.
Okay. Now that was the best victory pizza I ever ate, but let's go get our recompense.
Should we maybe, like... I don't know. No, I don't think so. I was like, we could try to cover Doc's and Ellie's arms, or, other things that are, like, really distinguishing features, but I don't know if that'll make a difference, will it? It'll just make us look more suspicious if we have people walking down the streets with metal arms bandaged over or something. Let's just go. It'll be...
I go grab one of the bed sheets and I put it on, kind of like a cloak. Does it work?
Not at all.
No.
It's very attention grabbing. I mean, if you have like a coat with sleeves, maybe. I looked at Doc, who seems maybe like he might be the kind of person who doesn't take all of the sleeves off of his clothing.
I do have a coat with sleeves,
Mm-hmm.
so I put mine on.
Okay. You put your cloak on. You do your best to disguise yourself. We'll alter some checks with that.
Does Doc have sleeves?
Does Doc
yeah.
have sleeves?
He not on his. Well, his coat has sleeves. His shirt does not.
I'll put all my white hair up. I'll borrow a beanie from one of the people who lives here. And by borrow, I mean I'll just steal it off of somebody, and I'll put all my hair up into it because it's white. That's recognizable. And Tobias can do whatever he wants.
I can be the face of this operation. I'll talk us out of anything that comes up. Just stay behind me. I got this.
All right.
Perfect. Okay. You guys saddle up, do the best to disguise yourselves, head out. We are going to do a, what is it called? Lingering check?
Ongoing challenge.
Ongoing challenge.
Is it
Okay,
stealth?
so it's going to be a few things, but I'm going to alter a lot of what I originally had because you guys have like directions. You're sort of dressed up and everything. Normally it was a target number 10. It's going to be a target number 6. Instead of an hour, it's going to take a half an hour because you kind of have an idea what you're looking for. You need 4 successes or 2 failures. So it can be notice, engineering, stealth, leadership, or artifacting.
I'm stealthing.
Okay. Can I get a target number 6 stealth check from you, Nemo?
That's a 16.
Oh, easily. So essentially what you guys are doing is you're trying to find the hole in the fence. You're looking for that area where like the guards are going. You're looking for whiskey barrels and you're helping move the party along, easily just dodging in between different like buildings, some of them abandoned, some of them not so much. And the party seems very, very stealthy and is not getting seen.
Yeah, I think my role is mostly at the beginning, getting us out of the building and along the sides of walls.
Yep.
Then when we actually get to searching for things, that's other people's job.
Who is next?
May I do a notice?
You may.
Ooh, 9 plus 4. It's going to be 13. 13.
Easy. As Nemo is kind of leading you guys along, occasionally she's like gesturing to like stay here. You guys see guild people moving along. The city is essentially in lockdown right now. The presence of guild troops is everywhere. But with that wonderful notice check, Tobias, like you guys are kind of hiding in an alleyway and you look beside you and there's a familiar kid. Has his little newsy cap and a stack of papers and he gives you a thumbs up and he's like, hey, mister, you want to buy a couple papers? I was told, if I sell 10, they're going to give me a whole quarter script, a whole pence. I mean, things are wild right now, but, I can peddle a few for you if you want.
Yeah, kid, that sounds like a good idea. I'll buy a paper from you.
Shh, keep your voice down. What the fuck, are you crazy?
I'll buy a paper from you. You make sure you sell a few papers to those guildsmen over there. How's that sound?
I mean, how about 2?
All right. I like your face, kid. I'll buy 3 papers from you. How about that?
I like your gumption. 10 cents, essentially.
Right. Sounds good.
You're crouched down. You flip the... We're going to wait. I don't want to flip the paper and everything. We're in an ongoing challenge. But, like, you kind of grab them, tuck them under your arm. Doc, what are you flipping?
Artifacting.
All right, give me that flip.
You build a robot and it carries us to the wall.
I know. I don't understand how.
You have Kit with you. Kit is like quietly just like click, 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 walking along. Occasionally, like when stealth happens, it just like clams up and becomes a ball in a corner.
You took Kit away from that poor girl, Doc.
I guess I did. That'd be a 15.
I was eager to go. It was her kitten for a while, but she understands. With a 15 of artifacting, you manage to spot sort of like an area where the walls are weak. You can't read the barrels, but you think like that's where we need to go. Like you can kind of see like, all right, this is like where it's collapsed. You also notice that like the walls around here are very, very low compared to everything else in the quarantine zone.
I think this may be the spot.
Jake, what do you got?
Close to it.
I'm gonna use leadership because it doesn't require sight.
Okay.
And I got a 13.
Using leadership, there's a moment where you kind of overextend and a few of the guards like eye you, but you manage to persuade them to continue on. What do you tell them?
I don't think I say anything. I would like it to be like we look at one another and I make myself look in such a way that it is just not worth coming over to talk to me, whether that be intimidation or maybe like I look bad. I just look harmed, right? And like not worth the time. Whatever it may be, I am definitely taking up that stance to respond to them that way.
There's like two of them. They're younger. They look pretty green. They eye you and start talking to each other, and you just like kind of throw back the coat and show your pistol, and they're like, nah. Like, nope, that's not our person. We don't get paid enough for this nonsense, and they continue on. They want nothing to do with you. But eventually, like, there's that pocket where the wall is clear. And this is your guys' first time of really seeing the wall. It is made up of furniture, sheets of metal, wood. It looks like something out of a Les Mis play, where it's just like this makeshift wall that's been stacked with all this stuff and looks like it's barely standing up. But you manage to kind of like spy that gap, and all along this makeshift wall are these probably about like 20 feet or so apart, glistening lights. They're like old-fashioned gas lamps, but they're not an orange flame. They're purple, then pink, then blue, and like slowly shifting fireflies are moving around in them. And they're about like 20 feet apart, and all you remember is that letter saying, "Stay away from the lamps."
Do I know any more about them because of living here?
You look at them, and they seem interesting. They seem familiar,
Okay.
but you can't put your mind on it. If you got a little closer to them, you could investigate. It might.
I also read the letter. Am I compelled to do this, or do I just think, okay, I'll stare at them a moment, but then I'm gonna duck
They're
through the hole.
very inviting, Nemo. They're very, very inviting. You're not compelled, but you're like, man, I kind of want to take a closer look, but not compelled.
Tobias, did you know, what are those made out of? The lights.
Tobias, you can make a history check or artifacting.
Artifacting?
Or engineering. I can't remember which one you have.
I have artifacting, but okay, it's going to be an
Target number 9.
12.
The guild doesn't talk about this a lot. They don't talk about it in the papers and everything. So you're kind of just going off of like different technologies and whatnot you've heard about the guild. These are known as eldritch gaslights. They are sort of a mesmerizing lamp that can hypnotize trespassers. And they're placed all along the wall on both sides. Normally, what happens if someone tries to pass through, they just are stuck staring at these lights. They are much, much more efficient to undead. And so a lot of like zombies or undead that come from the quarantine zone are found just staring at these lights, and there's patrols that go by and just execute them, just murk them, shoot them right in the head.
Okay. Yeah, don't look too close to the lights. You don't want to touch them. You don't want to touch them. You don't want to look at them. They're going to hypnotize you.
Yeah, it said that in the letter. It's more, they're just unusual looking, I suppose.
Yeah, they're unusual. Don't look at them.
I'm not looking at. Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. Just trying to keep you alive here. Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just go.
Yeah,
Seems
you guys
easy
can
enough.
safely go through without getting too close to the lights. As interesting as they are, I'm not going to make you make you roll on that.
I do look over my shoulder a few times at them.
Yeah.
Hey, Nemo, pay attention. No lights.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time seeing them. Where are they?
You don't want to look at them. You're not allowed to look at them. Tobias says
no.
so.
Okay.
You're not
Making sure.
allowed.
Mhm.
So you guys, you come up, you sort of shift the barrels aside, slip through the fence. This area is sort of dominated by far, far in the distance is almost like a classic Dracula castle, like a massive hill. And standing on top of it is a manor, a towering structure that resides over this cliffside right next to the water. It is a insane, impossible building made of crazy, jumbled angles. Like it kind of looks like the Weasley's house, right? Where it's like it shifts over and curves this way and curves that way, and almost looks like it should collapse in on itself, but somehow it continues to stand tall. And residing on the cliffside, you guys remember that the note said, on the cliffside. Other than that, this place looks fairly abandoned, but not in disarray. A lot of the houses are sort of just boarded up, still livable, but that's kind of about it.
Okay.
Was our
Am I
contact
familiar?
supposed to meet us here? Or were we supposed to go there?
I think they say inside of it, right?
They said inside of the hill or the cliffside.
Yeah. Yeah, look at this place. It's gotta be a cliffside. If anything's a cliffside, it's this.
We're supposed to go in and give the letter to someone named Ronan, correct?
Yeah.
Nemo,
Yeah?
you know anything about this place?
Do I? Am I familiar with this area?
You don't have history, do you, Nemo?
I've got the equivalent of the city knowledge, the wilderness thing. I could be familiar with an area, but I wouldn't know old history.
Yeah, give me wilderness and I'll take a literacy from Tobias.
Okay.
Awesome. What is wilderness?
Literacy is gonna be
13.
9.
13, 9, beautiful. Nemo, like you're thinking about it, and like the districts of the quarantine zone are kind of weird for you because like you never really knew the politics. You're just like, it's a whole big quarantine zone.
This is the area you go. This is the area you definitely don't go. Here's where you could get your head chopped off.
You know that this is the area you don't go because the guild watches it very, very closely. And you've heard tales about things called watchers that occasionally they're like weird flying machines that like they almost look like human birds that like fly over, and they have cameras and they try to scout it out, and like they'll sound an alarm and pull guild members to their area. Tobias, just from like your memory of like different papers and everything, that Stranger's Keep is the newest area to the quarantine zone. That for a long time it was filled with like different nobles and everything, but eventually a particular noble went missing, and rather than deal with the problem that happened at a place called Price Manor, which is on top of that hill, they decided to just make this part of the quarantine zone. It's rumored to be haunted. It's been abandoned. There are normally like signs on doors that talk about like, this is an abandoned district, don't come in here. And at nighttime, things are supposed to get real bad.
Is that like in the news, or is that just a rumor?
It's a mixture of rumor and in the news.
Okay.
But as you stand around, like you do notice, it is very quiet. There are no people. There are no birds. There's just sort of like the soft scraping of paper licking along the wind that moves across the pavement.
Wait, is Price Manor the manor that we're supposed to be going into? The one on the cliff here?
It is the manor on top of the cliff. You are supposed to go to the cliff.
Okay. Okay.
So, what are we waiting for? Let's go there.
Yeah, let's just keep our
but
wits about us if you want.
It's a guild. It's heavily watched, so I don't. It doesn't feel good. So just keep your eyes out. Yeah.
Tobias is gonna get out.
That wasn't on purpose, by the way. So please don't. Yeah. Keep your eye out, I suppose.
Yeah, Tobias is gonna get his gun out just in case.
Okay. You get your, I assume your shoddy.
Mm-hmm.
You get your shoddy out, your double barrel, get ready. You guys, without any sort of encounters or anything, manage to move through this area. Occasionally you see posted on the doors are flyers that say, by the order of Governor General Lucius Matheson, all living occupants are to abandon the district. Warning, tenants of this house have become victims of the supernatural. Or warning, the guild cannot guarantee the safety of anyone who stays here. Just all these different warnings on this dead, quiet ghost town of a place. But you continue to make along, and as the sun begins to sort of crest over the horizon, you come up to the hillside where you can see like there's this winding pathway that goes up to the Price Manor, but there are like dirt roads, more simplistic pathways that seem to kind of go around back to the cliffside.
Okay. They're safer and less conspicuous, right? So
they're not obvious pathways, but because you've been told to go like to the cliffside, you're like, oh, that's a dirt road. Like, that's probably something that leads to where I want to go.
Safer. Stay out of the view of the watches.
Yeah. I don't see any watchers or anything around, right? Like, there's no like, whoa. Okay. We advance down that road then, I suppose.
You head around back these roads that seem to like dip in and out of being a road. Like, oh, it seems like a pathway, and then there's like some debris or trash cans that have spilled over in its natural grass, and then it like turns back into a pathway. And eventually like you come around to the back where there's this big opening that is obviously a cave. You can hear sort of the rushing of the river in the distance that's crashing up against the cave, almost like a beach, but it's just this fast moving flow of dirty water from the river that moves through the center of the city. And like you can hear the echo of the splashing and the wind that moves through these caves. And like as you look down, you can see far in the distance there seems to be dozens of wax candles that are stuck on these rocks that are just bleeding over to where these rocks are just covered in wax, and it looks like candles have been placed again and again and again and again.
Does it look ritualistic or just like this is nice, let's put out some candles?
It looks dirty. It doesn't look like they're arranged in any specific pattern. It just looks like people put so many candles on these rocks that over time they've become covered in wax, and they keep putting candles on them.
Yeah, can I turn to everybody? Do you know what this is for? Should we do anything here, or otherwise do we just press on?
We're still near the cliff, right? We're still a ways away.
You're kind of at the edge of the cliff, like looking into these caves, like where the cliff resides.
Into the cliff. Oh, okay. Yeah, the note said into the cliff. Let's look the place. Can't get any more into the cliff than in a cave.
I feel like the candles are meant for other people. I don't think we have to do anything with them.
Okay. Nemo, let's do it. You want to lead the way with me?
Yeah.
All right, Nemo and I go in.
You guys go in, ready, guns out.
I have no gun.
except for Nemo with no gun.
Hands out.
It's a very tense, unwelcoming situation. You're going in, you're going deeper, and it's like there's just all these candles on these rocks that just guide your pathway. And there's caverns of the cave that go off in different directions, but there's only one that's illuminated by these caverns. And as you continue to approach, you begin to hear a malformed, decrepit sound of an old beat piano that's just like like kind of playing and echoing in the distance.
Wait, was that da 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 da?
That was the sting, yes. Copyright infringement.
I don't think.
But it's just like it's pained. It's like struggling to play, and you go farther, and eventually you come to like where the cave ends, and there's what looks like a building made out of driftwood, just sort of piled together with an old swinging door, and the sound seems to be this untuned, terrible sound. This shrill music is just echoing out of this driftwood building, made mostly up of crates, planks, just sort of hammered together, splintering and buckling beneath the weight.
Do we
This
think?
looks
Is this the place?
Yeah, is there a door?
Yeah, there's like you guys are still probably about like 40 feet off, but there is a door. Not only is it a door, it's the old Western swinging doors, but they don't match up. It's like someone took like a big 2x4, but like a big sheet of wood, and then like part of a broken door and made the Western doors.
I wanna turn to everybody and silently just sort of mime out like, do we run up and just burst in and then point to Toby and be like,
I'm gonna step forward and knock. You will knock, but I will tell you right now, being Western doors, they're like 3 feet tall. I mean,
and
I
you
know
can
that.
see over it.
yeah.
I know that, but like knock on the side of not on the door. I'm not gonna knock and hit myself in the face.
Okay.
I would love that.
I'm gonna knock on the side. Hello, anyone in here? We're looking for Ronan.
You kind of walk up the deck, go over to the side and knock a little bit and say that, and all of a sudden you hear like a clicking sound and the music stops. And a voice says out, "You folks lost? We all need help with something."
Why always gotta be creepy? We're not lost. We're at the right. We're pretty sure we're at the right spot. Are you Ronan? Do you know where they are?
You hear the unmistakable sound of a cocking of a gun.
God damn it!
I'm gonna come up behind Tobias, not so that I announce my presence. I'm gonna stay pressed against the wall and trying to be stealthy, but I don't want him to be 40 feet away from everybody when he gets shot.
I took off my pots and pans when I was exploring the city, and I have not put them back on. So, okay. We don't want any trouble. That's step one. We don't want any trouble. We're just looking for someone. If you're not them, we'll move on.
Maybe I am, maybe I ain't. But if you found this place, I'm mighty curious on how you found it. And I'm dying for you to explain to me how you ain't guild members. Now you can walk in with your hands up and we can have a civilized conversation. Or I can come out guns blazing and put a window in your forehead.
Let's have the civilized conversation. How about that? I'm gonna put my gun down why don't you put your gun down and then we can have this conversation?
A few seconds go by and you hear, all right, my gun's down.
Do I even need to do a scrutiny on that?
Do a scrutiny.
Okay.
Target number 12.
Target number 12.
While you're doing that, I want to look to Doc and just because we're a little bit ways off, I want to like gesture to be like, let's go around the back.
So this thing is like almost like built into the cave. There is no back. Like you might be able to like go off, and like view through like a piece of wood or something.
Yeah, I want to do that.
I got a 15. This bitch still has his gun.
It is a.
Oh, she.
It is a very.
I would never call a woman a bitch. This fine, gentle lady.
I do not have a female voice, so I need to say that it is a woman's voice. You're like, she's bullshit. There's no way her gun is down. You kind of Wolfe and Jake like go over and like Jake, you peer through a crack and you can see like she has like a sawed off shotgun that she just like has propped up on her shoulder and she's waiting. You actually see her and like you can see there's a couple other patrons and like they've already like flipped over tables and like they're hiding behind them. They're ready. They don't know what's going on and they do not like having visitors. She looks like this.
Hey, I like that she's wearing a crop top.
Yeah, so she has like the hat, there's like snakeskin leather around the brim. There's a big, looks like almost like a samurai sword on her back. And she just like has that shotgun just resting on her shoulder. And she's taking a big smoke of a cigar waiting for you guys to come in.
I'm gonna swat Tobias gently on the back of the knee. Letter.
We were told to come here. We got a letter.
Told by who?
You expect told by
a friend. That's what was signed, right?
Told by the Freikorps. No, who gave us a letter? It was the Union members, right?
Signed your friend. So it's told to present it to her. They're presented to Ronan.
I'm gonna hold out the letter like through not
Just stick your arm into the bar holding the letter.
Yeah, just stick the arm. Yeah, that. I got a letter right here. It says a friend.
Here's how this is gonna go down.
Oh boy.
You leave your blazing bullets in that barrel there by the door, and we'll talk. If what you say is true, and that letter is legit, I ain't gonna shoot you down like a dog in the street, or make the sun shine right on through your ribs. If you ain't, well, let's say this. This place ain't the carnival. We ain't get visitors here unless they got something that they need, or they guild. And if that letter legit, you ain't guild, and we ain't gonna have a problem.
We've had a very long day. We've had a very long day trying to help people.
I've had a very long life where folks are coming down here trying to arrest me and my patrons.
Oh my god. All right. I'll hold up my shotgun. Say this. I'm not even holding it by the trigger. I'm just going to put it down in the barrel and I'm going to step on through.
All right. Yeah, you can see like the tables are flipped over. There's heads peeking over. The piano stopped. She got her shotgun rested, just sort of smoking a cigar. It just you or you got friends?
I got friends. They're outside, but we can talk, and I can tell you that I'm not a guild member. I'm not armed. They're all the way outside. Who's gonna come read the letter? Do I gotta come to you? How's it gonna work?
She gestures for you and like points to the bar.
I'm gonna step forward. Put the letter on the bar.
She opens it, looks at it, nods to the people hiding behind the tables, puts her shotgun back into the bar, says, "Sorry about that. You gotta understand, this ain't exactly a legit operation. If it ain't guild members coming down here, it's usually people asking for trouble. You're fine."
I understand that. No one told you we were coming? Like, for real?
I told I was to expect someone with a letter, but you can never be too careful with my type of business.
I can understand. Can I get my people in here? Or are they going to be shot? We've been shot at quite a few times, and
You're all fine.
I'm
You
tired.
can get your weapon if you want.
All right, I'm gonna go back. Wave to everyone outside. We've come to an agreement in here.
The piano, like she looks over at the piano, pulls out a pistol and shoots it, and it just like starts back up.
Tobias is gonna like duck at the sound of the gun. We're still good. Still good. All right. And he's gonna get his gun and put it back in his bag and go back to the bar.
Does everybody else come in?
Yeah. As I come in, Doc turns to Tobias and just says, "You seem to have the same effect on everyone."
I got a lot of people trying to shoot me these days. It seems more and more.
I want to walk in and reach. Is there a bartender?
She is standing behind the bar.
I want to just point to the bartender and say, 2 shots for my friend and I here.
Round here, all we got is gremlin hooch. I'd go easy, though. Back home, we use it to strip the varnish off barns.
Yeah, she and I finished a bottle ourselves with the help of the doctor here.
You ain't dead?
No. So you best watch out. I think we can handle our rounds here.
Mighty surprised. Glad we didn't get ourselves in a shootout. And she like reaches under and pulls out like a big jug and pours you all like a few shot glasses. Lines up 4 on the counter and just right across. So, you're the folks I've been waiting for. Someone put up a hell of a lot of script for you. I got a saying around here. Same that old Simon Cole used to say. I don't give a damn who you're running from, as long as you don't bring it with you.
Now we've been pretty careful not bringing anything with us. Let me take the shot and calm the fuck down.
Well, y'all seem like good folks. So, you buying or you killing?
Collecting, we here for our reward.
I'll be around back. And she sort of she walks over. So the interior of this place just looks like it's made up of crates and boxes everywhere. She walks over to wait on. Where am I? A large crate stamped Doughberry's private stock. But when she opens it up, it's hinged. And it's kind of like about 4 feet tall and seems to lead into a passageway. She says, well, when you're all done, I got stock. When I heard you're good selling people. Till then, take your time. You'll be safe around here.
Mighty kind of you. Mighty kind of you. I'm gonna order another shot.
I'm going to push one of my shots over to you.
Mighty kind of you too.
All right. Yeah. No. She'll fill your drink. She fills you guys a couple times. Cheap whiskey. I'm gonna say it's cost you guys about 5 pennies.
Pennies. Okay.
Half a
5
script.
pennies. Half a script. No, like
No, five cents.
5 cents?
yeah, we'll say 5 nickels to keep it simple because we've established there are nickels.
So
in here.
25 cents? So a
25
quarter of a
cents.
script? Okay.
I would like
Let's
to
stick
look,
with that.
I would like to look around for anybody to make sure that they can cover my drink. I have no money.
I can do it.
I got. Okay. I got everyone's drink. It's fine. It's on me.
Thank you. All right. So she's opened a back door to this place.
He's opened what looks like a crate that's like stamped and everything, but it's hinged. And like she opens it up and there seems to be like a secret passageway that leads down there.
I would like to look to the lady with the hat and the gun and say, you want to lead us down there?
Oh, that's all you. I mean, if you don't feel safe,
I don't.
well, I can give you a blanket, keep you warm.
Prefer your company, personally. How about you lead the way or send one of your friends?
Roll convince. Yeah, roll convince.
Well, shit, I wish I was Tobias right now.
I'm even more convincing when I'm drunk.
5 of 5.
I'll say target number like 6 if you want to cheat.
5.
She says,
This,
"You'll be fine. If I wanted to shoot you, I'd have shot you when you walked in the door."
Ellie, the secret is, because you're drunk off the hooch, the whiskey hooch, you gotta ask nicely. Now, Miss Ronan, the lovely, tough, extreme Miss Ronan, would you be so kind as to follow us lowly gunslingers down there?
Convince target number 9 because you already failed.
That's fine.
I'm gonna pass my other shot also down to Tobias.
That's why convince is gonna be. Now I have to succeed this time. That's gonna be 6 target 1. So I have to succeed this time. So I'm going to cheat that.
You must.
I
There's
must
no other
succeed.
option.
So that's gonna be 6 plus 3 plus 1 is gonna be 10.
She looks over to one of the raggedy patrons and like pulls out a pistol, tosses it, says, "Jim, hold my gun." He catches it, slams it on the table. Oh no!
Just like that. He slammed
got
it just
excited.
like that.
And he dies. He dies.
Oh no! I knew it was dangerous around here. I told you guys.
I gotta make sure
Down a little bit. Down a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the stream. It was delayed. Okay, I think we're good. And then she's like, "All right, come on." Yeah, and like she leads the way into the tunnel.
That's how you talk to a lady, Ellie. You gotta throw on the charm.
All I gotta do is make sure we have one potential hostage should we get sealed in here.
Wow, you're thinking
And I
ahead.
say it out loud, and I am staring at this lady, who I can presume is Ronan.
Ronan looks over her shoulder and says, "I like this one." All right. I like this. This is good. So
Right.
she leads you in, like you guys kind of gotta scrunch down a little bit. It's like it only goes about like 15 feet and it curves once. And eventually inside you find a single room that is about 30 feet in diameter. There's not much decoration. There's an old pin board in the corner that has a few scraps of paper hanging from tacks, suggesting that you aren't the first people to use this living space. There's 2 beds, a few steamer trunks, an old standing closet with empty hangers, and in the center of the room is a single crate with a letter resting on the surface, sealed with teal wax. Lastly, there's an old black stove that sits solemnly in the corner, and there's also like an archway that goes to an adjacent room where if you investigate, it is just a copper bathtub with a water pump. Once you are let in, Ronan looks at you, tips her hat, and says, "Well, have you released me? Am I no longer a hostage, miss?"
Maybe the letter has a bomb in it.
We supposed to stay in these rooms? This room?
As far as I know, this is your hideout to come and go as you please.
Dandy, and it's fancy.
I got one more question before I'll let you go.
She lights up a cigar and begins smoking. "Shoot."
You good at arm wrestling?
Good at killing. Good at cutting people up and shooting them. Not so much arm wrestling. I'm more of a gal of finesse, if you could say that.
Darts, then.
Well, I'll have to set up a dartboard then. Nice to meet you, Miss
Wylie.
Pleasure, Ronan. And she holds out her gloved hand.
I take the hand as well. Anybody else? I'm still holding her hand as I turn to say, anyone else?
I'm opening the letter and I'm handing the letter to Doc.
Well, I'm Tobias Cook. You read my stuff in the paper, at least what the writers get through. They
She
got the paper
looks
he
at
bought.
you. Yeah, before you read that, she looks at you, Tobias, and says, "You're cute. This one's something else, though." And she gestures to Ellie.
Okay, then.
Ladder. Should get to know Toby, though. Toby's pretty nice. I let go of.
I'll keep my eye on all of you. If you want shopping, illegal wares, come out and see me when you're done. Till then, settle down. And she leaves. So, all right. So we're gonna do a little bit of reading real quick, and then we'll probably go on break. First, we are going to do
The letter that I handed to Doc.
Oh no! Shoot, I gotta dang it. Did I mess up?
You gotta
I
dang
did.
it. You
It's
simply
my
must
cam.
dang
I'm
it.
sorry. I'm trying. All right. That should be a little bit better.
Much better.
My bad. I get so excited sometimes. I get so excited. So first we'll read. Let's read this newspaper that you've been hanging on, Tobias. I gotta
It's
go
very
back.
important in the news.
Keep them on the tattle. The news is always important. All right. So the front page says local terrorist attack causes shutdown of SS processing facility. And it reads, yesterday, the city of Malifaux was shocked as a group of terrorists attacked a government building, killing guild personnel and union members alike. Joshua Fitzsimmons, a 68-year-old UMS union worker, was one of the many victims found dead. Director Leonardo Benton is scheduled to make an official statement tomorrow. In a recent quest to abstain the viewpoints of new arrivals, the Tattler set out its top reporter, Orson Tobias Cook, to get the scoop on recent immigrants. Upon entering the city, one nameless source referred to it as breathtaking and like looking in a painting that fills you with emotion. Showing that, despite its problems, this city still inspires the hearts of people. However, recent arrival, Miss Melville, insisted that she is going to be the second in command of the Neverborn Hunters. With a frequent decreasing survival rate of hunters, this paper can't help but worry that Miss Melville might fall to the same fate without proper training and assistance of guild officials. During a separate interview, her husband, Hubert Melville, was prone to panic attacks and tears, but assured us his wife was amazing. Yeah.
Orson? Is your first name Orson?
That's one of my names.
How many of them do you have?
I got 3. Orson Tobias Cook. We don't go by Orson. We don't go by Toby.
Well,
we go
but
by
you do
Tobias.
because you go by it in the newspaper, which I think is the most bi you can be.
I don't get to pick what they write in the newspaper. I give them a story, they write it. And they get to decide what they call me. It's not the most fair operation, but it's it pays the bills, I guess. No one is allowed to call me Orson. No one.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Are you embarrassed by it?
It brings up bad memories of the folks. I'm not happy about it, but
Goodbye as it is.
thank you, Ellie.
Is Toby okay?
No.
Okay.
Toby is absolutely not okay.
It was worth checking.
I've gotten away with Toby a few times so far, but it's similar probably to other things.
You're just lucky I can't take you in a fight.
Yeah, exactly. I can't call him Toby because I'm shorter than him, but you can throw him across the room, so you can call him Toby.
You know what we should do? We should make it a fair fight. We'll, you and me, we'll do an arm wrestling competition. Then what we'll do is we'll have some sort of like story writing competition against one another. You'll probably win in that. And then these two can pick a tiebreaker.
Right.
Or we could just blindfold you completely, Ellie, and then it might be a fair fight.
Was that an eye joke?
I don't think
I
it was
don't
a
think
joke.
so.
It was utterly serious.
Okay.
I think it was a suggestion.
Watching. Oh, it should be noted if you get an eye joke past me and I don't catch it, you're okay. So
All right.
My mouth shut.
The letter that was on top of the crate reads, "Our sincerest apologies. This was the best we could do on such short notice. As we are sure you are aware, at the moment, the guild is putting the city on lockdown, looking for any individuals that might meet your description. Your rent is paid up for the next 30 days. There is a ledger in one of the steamer trunks if you have any questions or requests. What these living quarters may lack in luxury, they make up for in safety. An agreed payment has been placed in the crate as well, as a little extra to show our gratitude. Signed, your friends."
What's in there?
Yeah. You crack open the crate, and it is packed with shavings, like little like straw shavings and whatnot.
We got a lot of friends.
I'm gonna dig in the crate.
You dig into the crate, and your hand brushes across the surface of something leather-like to the touch. You pull and lift it out.
Body.
And
A
find
puppy.
a puppy. No, it's
It's like a hairless cat.
it's not a Sphinx cat. It's a small, worn violin case. The silver clasps click open beneath your thumbs, and inside is your payment. First, there are the stones. 4 murky white stones, roughly the size of a marble. They are translucent, or I can't say that word. Translucent? There you go. In color, but green veins swirl and dance throughout the interior, like drops of food coloring diffusing in water. A small, single folded note reads the following in elegant scrawl. Warning, laid 3, distance 3 yards upon soul consumption, stones currently charged. Following that, you find a stack of 100 script wrapped in a small band, as well as 4 vouchers for a place called the Kwai and Gone. These vouchers are for something called the Jade Experience.
I was expecting them to be a lot bigger.
That's exactly what I need. I'm gonna go forward and take mine. Oh, it's gonna come in handy for the trip.
Where are you going?
Am I going? I
Oh,
didn't
yes,
tell you
you
guys.
said you're going on a trip.
I didn't tell you guys, but I'm gonna I'm gonna head north for a bit. I got an urge to do some sightseeing. I feel like I might have a good vacation, especially after all the shooting. So I'm gonna see you guys for a little bit.
Sightseeing?
Sightseeing, you know, they got mountains up there. It's cold, and then it's hot in the city. It could get away for a little while, but it's good to have some protection with this. You know, put in his pocket.
Your goodbye.
When you be leaving?
Tonight. I figured the pizza was gonna be after our party after our pizza party, I figured I would, you know, say having goodbye, but then I got so sentimentally attached, and then we needed to get some soul stones. So I figure now would be, I guess, the beginning of a goodbye.
When are the tickets for the show? Are they a specific time?
So it's not a show. You just know it's the Kwai and Gone, and they are for tonight.
Maybe we
You
could
can
use the
ask
tickets?
other people about the Kwai. Oh, actually, you know what? Toby,
Yes.
Tobias, because I can't call you Toby. Yeah, you can give me
Unless you think that you could throw Tobias across a room.
You can give me like a target number 8 literacy check.
Okay, let me do that real fast. It's gonna be a 4.
It's It's not ringing a bell. You don't know what the Quiet Gong is. You'll probably have to ask like Ronin or something.
Yeah, I've never heard of the Quiet Gong before.
Nope.
We'll Google it.
I'm 90% sure it's Key and Gong, but
You know what? It probably is. Hey, I'm bad at pronouncing things. It's QI. I pronounce that as Quai.
It's
I'll try
key.
to say Key and Gong. Dang it.
That helps me because I was trying to figure out how you spell that first part, and I couldn't figure that out. So.
QI, all right? It's QI. QI and Gong.
Were you gonna say something, Doc, with that information?
now that we know how it's spelled.
It's QI and Gong spelled Gong. All right.
Well, why don't we all? Could you stay to go here? Use
It's
the tickets.
The tickets are for tonight's show. Okay, I suppose I can stay for a last night in Malfa. We'll have a victory drink for one last victory drink at the Key and Gong.
You don't have to.
I don't have to. Well, I don't have to take a vacation. I know I don't got to take a vacation, but you know.
You don't have to stay. If you want to go, you can go.
Well, now you got me all interested in what the Key and Gong's about. Well, now I gotta go see that, don't I? I'll stay for tonight, and then I'll leave first thing in the morning. How about that?
You can do whatever you want.
Victory shots with my friends. How about that?
Sounds good.
We got 100
Alright.
script to burn. Let's buy some victory shots at the Key and Gong.
We are going to take our break there. And when we get back, we will go to the Key and Gong. All right, welcome back. We are going to jump right into it. On a side note, our good Tobias is going to be leaving us for 4 weeks due to job
Being a
reasons.
traitor.
Freaking real life, man. Having jobs. It's
Gets in the
bull
way
crap.
sometimes.
We should not have jobs.
I just
if you
play
don't want
Malifaux
us to
all
have-
day, every day.
If you don't want us to have jobs, share the stream and subscribe so we can all just quit our jobs and do this permanently. But he is going to leave for 4 weeks, so I want to make sure he gets a good send off. So we're gonna move ahead pretty fast. Get to the key and gong. So here's what happens. We cut back into the scene. You guys notice that the tickets are for tonight, and you're kind of running a little late. You're gonna have to quickly get over there, so the DM can push your ass to this thing. You know. So yeah. With that said, you go out. You talk to Ronan. Ronan tells you that the King Gong is a spa and tea house in Little Kingdom. An area of Malifaux that kind of has like an Asian theme where a lot of Asian immigrants reside. A very popular big thing. A lot of Asian immigrants are coming down in 1902 because the railroads are being built and they're being pulled into there. We have those immigration pushes via different times, and in 1902 Asians are coming to Americans, and those are the immigrants. So she tells you about Little Kingdom and says that it is a spa and tea house.
So,
Well,
is it like a ticket to have tea?
She says, I don't know anything about the Jade Experience, but I know it's usually pretty expensive to get in.
We have a ticket to the Jade Experience. Okay.
You all have vouchers to the Jade Experience, whatever that is.
all right. Well,
Is there an easy way to get out of, well, Stranger's Keep and into Little Kingdom?
She walks over to the other side of the room, bangs on the wall, it opens, and just goes, tunnel.
Into Little Kingdom. This goes to Little Kingdom.
Let me look at the map.
They're pretty
What's it
close to
like?
each other.
She's like, this heads on back to the eastern slums, but it's right next to Little Kingdom.
All right.
Wasn't
Nice.
that handy?
Yeah, you guys got it all figured out over here. Tunnels everywhere.
I didn't survive this long for nothing. Look, when you get back, you seem trustworthy. If you weren't, I wouldn't let you in. But I got a bunch of wares you might be interested in when you get back. Until then, have your night out on the town. I'll be here.
Yeah. We'll keep our heads down.
That's all I ask. So, you guys follow the tunnel. Oh, sorry. Doc, what do you want to say?
No. I was
Okay.
closing it out.
All right. You guys follow your way down the tunnel into the eastern slums, kind of curve around, and eventually you find a very, very small section of the town known as Little Kingdom. It's different. Here there are, instead of the usual steel lamps of Malifaux, you see golden paper lanterns strung gracefully between curved roofs, intricately woven pillars of wood with fanning awnings. Most of the roofs are painted a deep teal or an ocean blue. The wood is stained a cherry red. It's clean. It's incredibly clean. And the only place you've seen that is in downtown. There is the occasional Victorian influence or umbrella, but most people are wearing kimonos, and in the distance you can smell like the sizzling grill of food. It's beautiful. the way the light hits it in the evening, it's like stepping into an entirely different world. And without like TV or visuals, experiencing a different culture is something entirely new. Like the architecture, this Japanese architecture is just like kind of odd, almost like walking into a theme park or something.
Okay.
Mm.
It's beautiful over here.
You've
Jeez.
not been before. You haven't sightseen here.
No, I didn't even know this was here. I'm kind of like amazed that this is right here in the city.
How close does it look to like actual Japan?
Have you ever? Oh, you have.
I have.
That's right. Very, very legit, Dr. Murphy. There is about 95% of the people here are of Asian descent. And occasionally, like, you might see a guild presence, but they don't seem to be on edge. They are sitting on, like, docks or, platforms and whatnot, having tea, talking to each other. Like, they seem chill here, which is really, really weird. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be any conflict. Even the guild seems to be enjoying themselves.
Is there an address for our tea room?
If you take a moment, you can ask someone where the key and gong is.
That's not going to be me.
Let me pull. Let me pull someone over on the side. Who do I see on the side that I can pull?
You look over and you see there's like a food cart that has sort of these dumplings just lined up. There's like a rich, sweet smell coming from them. They look like marshmallows, but they're brown and glazed, and occasionally people are coming up and grabbing them. That seems to be like the nearest person you could probably ask.
All right. Let me roll up to this guy. Excuse me, sir. We're looking for the key and gong. You know anything about that?
Oh, the key and gong. Yeah, just follow the pathway down along the lanterns. You should come to sort of a slope that leads up, and you should see it there.
Okay, thanks. Let me get one of these. What are these things over here?
These are dango, dumplings made of rice flour, covered in a sweet soy sauce.
Take 2.
That'll be 10 cents.
Nice. I'll pay the man, and off I go with my 2 delicious dangos.
So, dango are, I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong, dumplings made of a rice flour similar to mochi, but they're covered in a sweet soy sauce. And, yeah.
I want to steal the one that he's not currently eating.
You ask for it or just like try to
No,
snatch it?
I'm taking it from Tobias. Tobias bought 2 of them and I'm getting one.
Tobias, do you resist?
No, I'm fully doing a stealth check. I'm just taking it. I am using my pickpocket skill to take that.
All right, pickpocket against his notice. I'm going to say you have a negative to it, Deanna, because he is literally holding it.
While you're doing that, I want to turn to Doc and say, "You want one? I'll buy."
I would love one. They're one of my favorites.
I got a 9.
Nice.
I got a 5. So I don't notice this happening at all. But I walk up and I'm like, "Oh, this is actually pretty good. Hey, Nemo, I got you a."
Gone.
Oh,
Get me.
I got you a thing. It has a bite in it, but it's pretty good. Do you want some? I noticed you were a little downtrodden about.
I'm fine, and I don't want to do, and it's and it's fine, and I don't want it to be. Let's go to the tea room.
Suit yourself then.
I put it back in his pocket.
You shove food on a spit just right into his pocket.
Yes.
Ow! The stick.
At some point, as you are going to the Qingong, you will find a greasy soy-covered Qingong, a greasy soy-covered little spigot of food just shoved into your pocket. And your pockets are very sticky.
He's still a little drunk before us. That's why he's not noticing everything. Oh, that's where I put this dumpling on a stick. In my pocket.
Okay. You guys. You make your way through Little Kingdom and find a cobblestone pathway. It dips beneath a red Tory gate. The clutter of the streets pull back, opening to a simple moss-covered building. Along the path, a bamboo fountain trickles softly into a pool of koi fish. The Qingong itself is a larger building with a triple-tier wolf, but the architecture is very simple. The walls are plain, white, and divided by dark brown beams, and a few lanterns hang on the hook. As you approach, the entrance does not push open, but rather slides as you approach. And a smiling young man in a green and white kimono offers you a slight bow of the head and says, "Welcome. Please, come in."
Yeah, thank you. Let's walk right in. I got 4 tickets here. Where should I? You taking them, or what are we doing with these?
He nods, kind of gestures for you to come in, moves behind a desk. Inside, you see the main room, which is beautifully paneled. Each wall has sort of this delicate watercolor of frosted mountains, birds, cherry blossoms, twisting elegant trees. Next to this man is an individual who's rather imposing. He has a long straw rice hat, thick forearms. He's covered in scars. Doesn't say anything, but just stares at you as you enter. And he looks like this.
Very imposing.
I stare back at him. Not like mad dogging, just like looking at him.
I'm mad dogging.
Give him a nod.
Is he looking in our direction?
Oh yeah, he's watching all of you.
I will stop and bow.
He nods. Little uncustomary, but yeah. Meanwhile, the person that invited you in and is now standing behind the counter says, "Good afternoon, and welcome to the Qingong. My name is Ihara Tetsu. Will you be dining with us today, or have you come to use the bathhouse?"
Oh, we came for this. We got a free ticket to the Jade Experience. So is that what? Tell us about that.
He looks at him and says, "Oh, a voucher for the Jade Experience. You must have done quite a favor for you." Oh gosh. Okay. Yuko Hamaski. Hamaski? Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Yuko Hamaski, to have received such a gift. Would you like to dine first, or do you prefer the spa?
How we feeling, guys? You guys a little peckish?
I'm looking towards Doc since he did all the bowing and things earlier.
I mean, we just ate on the way. Let's have food afterward. Can we eat while we're in the spa?
There will be drinks inside, but that would not be recommended. You would not experience the full dining experience to eat in the spa.
Ellie, let's just enjoy it. Take our time.
Yeah.
We'll do the spa first. Thank you very much.
Do we have time to take our time? Some of us might be in a hurry to, get out of here.
My train leaves in the morning. I think I got time.
Please, follow. And Ihara goes to the door to the right, opens it. Inside. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tobias.
Let me stop Nemo real fast. You in a hurry to see me go or something?
No, I just don't want to waste any more of your time.
Okay. I mean, we're trying to have a.
I'm walking away.
I guess we're done with that conversation.
Okay. You are left kind of for a moment, Tobias, and Nemo sort of struts ahead. You are led down a small hallway and into a large room. For the most part, it is lined with rows and rows of lockers made of thick bamboo. Ihara leads you over to a wall with 100 or so numbered keys, each hanging from a leather cord. He grabs 4 of them and hands each of you one. These keys are numbered to a locker, he says, gesturing to the rows. Please, place your weapons and any other items inside. While in the Qinggong, you may tie the key around your wrist. Inside, you will find a change of clothes. We request that you use them so that your current clothes can be cleaned and pressed as part of our service. Do you have any questions?
I don't. What if you don't want? I don't. What if you don't want something to be cleaned? I carry a lot of stuff in my pockets, and I'd rather not have everything taken out of them.
I personally can assure you that if there's anything you do not want us to look at, you can put your clothes in a separate bin, and we will clean them. If you do not want them clean, that is fine. It is merely a service that we offer. This is a place not to cause stress.
If Nemo, if you don't want your clothes to be clean, can I ask mine to be clean twice?
We assure you that a single cleaning will suffice. We take pride in what we do.
All right. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm gonna change my clothes. This is make sure you get it. Make sure you get the hard to reach spots. They're a little. They've been through the ringer, if you know what I mean.
Of course. You will have no trouble here.
Go for it.
I spend a long time at the locker, taking a ridiculous amount of things outside of my pockets of my coat and tucking them into the back of the locker and covering them with something and tying them into something and putting them away so that I can get my coat cleaned.
After seeing how hesitant you are, Ihara actually gives you a secondary key and tells you, everything you do not want viewed, put in the second locker.
Thank you.
But of course, and he bows politely.
I strip down.
In each of your lockers, there are clothes waiting for you. There is a simple white robe and very loose-fitting clothes, like a baggy shirt and baggy shorts. Not very complimentary, but very, very comfortable.
Yeah, I change.
All right. You guys, Ihara has intentionally given you guys lockers that are all divided. So, Nemo, you have one row. Tobias, you have one row, and so on and so forth. So everyone kind of has a little bit of privacy to change.
Sounds good.
After you have all changed and come out in your unflattering clothes, you find that there are several doors that exit this room. However, Ihara walks to a bamboo door with a single jade stone on it. He looks back at you and says, "When you are ready," and then exits the room. Oh man, if I could figure out how to get music on repeat right now, I would be so freaking happy.
Hey, let's take our time. I haven't been to a spa before, so anybody here been to one?
No.
Maybe, Doc?
No, I don't think so.
Not like an Eastern one, but maybe like something.
I might have been to like a hot water bath or something at one point, but definitely not like a full service spa.
A hot spring in America.
Hot
That's what
spring.
Tobias would do.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
I've
I'm ready
taken
for this.
like 2 to 3 hot showers in my life. I've never been to a spa.
All right.
I think this is a new experience for us all.
Yeah.
Excited. See what we
Open
have
it.
in store.
Open up the door. What do we got?
The door opens without so much as a creak. As it does, a wave of steam drifts out. Before you is a long hall about 20 feet wide. Lining the walls are the heads of jade dragons, and from their open mouths, gouts of steam and water drift down into the pools below. Scents of lavender and eucalyptus fill the air as the steam begins to build and hinder your vision. While in the center of the room, there is a small pathway with benches. So, to put things into perspective, imagine like a 20-foot wide hallway with, all these like staunches of jade dragons pouring out this water. The center has a pathway, but the water is pouring in all along the rims. Like there's just water all along the rims. It's hot, it's sweaty. You get that smell of lavender and eucalyptus. And there's benches all along that pathway.
Okay.
I walk under one of the streams of water and just stand there with the...
So you'll have to actually like go into the water to get it.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like a pathway and like the rims are just like all pools of water.
And how deep is this water? Just so we know.
About 3 feet.
Cool. Okay.
Okay.
What were you going to say, Zack?
Then I'm going to proceed into this water and take the best bath of my life.
You guys wearing your new clothes sort of dip into the water, letting the hot water pour over you. Sorry, I got to restart music every 10 seconds because I don't know how to put it on repeat.
I wade out into the water and I'm standing in that stream no matter what. Just like standing there.
As this is going on and like you move in and you can see through the steam and the fog, you see that there's another door and like a small stone is sort of resting in front of it. It is getting very, very hot in here. You are beginning to sweat, just having that good steam room experience. Your lungs are beginning to clear as the lavender and eucalyptus moves through it.
I give out the most like annoyed sigh ever. And all of you watching can see that Ellie is having a moment where it's like, I would relax. And then I noticed something that can't let me relax. And I just shuffle over to the end door and make sure it opens.
It will open if you grab it, but in front of it, the stone says, it's kind of carved in it, and it has like English writing followed by, like the downwards Japanese script. And it says, Jade is a stone of purity and balance. As the steam fills this chamber, take some time to relax. Think of that which troubles you. Speak it into the air. Take deep breaths. Let the heat sweat away your worries and pain. close your eyes, relax, and proceed forward when you are ready.
Everybody, we can get out this way. Just a heads up. We're good. I'm going to take a bath now.
Good to know.
Go over
we're
to one
good.
of the baths.
I'm not ready to leave yet, Ellie. Let me enjoy this.
What does the rock say? You're just staring at it.
Take your time. Enjoy the baths. Think about some things.
Okay.
Here you go. I recount it if they don't receive it. I just read it random.
Yeah, you recount it, and you guys can handle that how you want. Think of that which troubles you, speak it into the air, and take deep breaths, and let the heat sort away your worries and pain.
So Tobias is in a pool. Nemo's under a waterfall. What's
Yeah.
Doc doing?
Doc is like waded into the water, but like doing the like elbows behind him on the edge, kind of dunked down so that the elbows rest, and just sitting on the edge of the water.
And then Ellie, I go over and I just sort of dunk myself in, keeping my arm out of the water, and then kind of leaning my hair back and then washing my hair because I'm still horribly bandaged on one eye, so I cannot go in the water. But I'm just like, yeah, this is good.
This place sounds
Would you
super
like some
nice.
help with that?
Yeah, I would. Thanks.
I'll go wash Ellie's hair.
You begin to kind of, rub your hands through Ellie's hair as the water is just pouring down on top of you. And it's getting to that point where like you guys, you're starting to breathe a little faster because it's really hot in here. Like this is a steam room, but the lavender and eucalyptus makes it easier to breathe. And you're just like sweating.
Tobias.
Yes, Ellie. I'm enjoying my bath, Ellie. Can I help you?
Sometimes you're an asshole. But I'm sad that you're leaving.
You guys look over and you see like the stone sort of glows jade for a second and stops. And give me a wisdom 12, or not wisdom, will save 12, Jake.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm dead, guys. See you later.
The magic rock eats sadness.
8.
You feel like a burden has been lifted off your shoulders.
I mean,
There's
don't.
nothing nefarious here, but it's like exhaling, and it just feels nice.
I'm sorry. I'm saying it just the way it is. I was mad at you earlier. Now that I know you're leaving, I'm sad about it. It feels kind of good to say this, by the way. Massage right there, Doc. Right there. That's good. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Ellie. I'm sorry that my unique demeanor will come off as assholish as sometimes, but I'll be back soon. I'll be back soon. I feel like I'll miss you guys. We'll see what happens on my trip.
We all got rough edges, Tobias. I can only imagine that I am not that great to be around some days.
Some days. Other days, you're a real treat.
Apparently, I'm something special, according to Ronan.
Yeah, you guys will have cute kids.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Toby, you're not actually coming back. And you don't have to tell us that you are, because it'll make a bath more comfortable.
I don't know if I'm coming back. I don't know. I've never been beyond the city. I don't know what's out there. I don't know. I just feel like I gotta go, you know?
To go sightseeing.
To go sightseeing, but you ever feel like you got like an urge to do something?
Like pee.
Or poo. Bite
very
someone.
Yeah, like pee or poo, but like in a very unique bathroom. Like one that's that like once you go and you do this thing, like you're gonna have a power that you can you'll carry with you for the rest of your life. You ever feel like that? Like this is the thing to do. Like if you can
No.
manage to pull off this thing.
No, I've never felt that incredibly specific emotion.
I don't know. I felt that before.
Sounds like a comforting foresight.
It
Yeah.
sounds like. No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? You think, okay, so you're going somewhere that you don't know where you're going and you don't know what you're doing, but you think you're going to be more powerful afterwards.
But it's like the right path, you know? Yeah, you don't know where you're going. Yeah, you don't know what you're doing, but this is what you're meant to do, you know?
Nobody's meant to do anything, Toby.
Well, nobody's meant to do anything, but it feels like you're meant to do it.
Sounds to me like someone is taking advantage of you.
Well, it sounds to me like you need. It sounds to me like you need to figure your life out a little bit. And I need to figure my life out a little bit too. And
By
maybe
going into the mountains.
and
because
maybe when
you
I get to
don't
the
want to
mountains,
be here anymore.
maybe when I get to the mountains, I'll find out my life will be more figured out.
Can I ask you all a question? Why do y'all have so much distrust in your hearts?
Is that a blanket statement? You want us to just respond openly to that, or are you thinking something specific?
I mean, it just seems like we don't trust each other a whole lot and scrutinizing everything that each other says. If we're looking to move on together, it doesn't seem like that's a good way to go about it. So I'm just wondering, why do you have it there? How can we make it pass? I can tell you all that as far as I can remember, I haven't told you a single lie. And I don't plan on it. And so I just don't understand where the distrust is coming from.
It's true. I haven't lied either.
That's true. I haven't lied either. I look at Nemo.
I mean, Tobias, you did say everything was going to be fine when we went to the train.
Are we not fine right now? Are we not having the time of our lives in this bath? You look at me and tell me I lied to you.
I don't think that people are good. Generally. And if you think you found someone who's good and you can trust completely, it's probably a mistake. I don't think you're all bad sorts of people, but yesterday, Doctor, you wanted to make Toby suffer as long as possible because you were irritated with him. Is that good? And Ellie enjoys hurting people. She lives for it. It excites her. Is that good? And Tobias doesn't want to stick around anymore, so he's going to go sightseeing in the mountains to find his birthright power or whatever he thinks is going to happen. Is that good? Am I supposed to trust that? Am I supposed to just be an idiot?
You don't gotta trust it, but you gotta accept it. I know what I'm doing, whether I know it or not, you know what I mean?
I just want you to come back.
I'll come back. I haven't lied to anybody yet. I'll come back.
You didn't tell us your name was awesome.
You didn't ask, did you?
Maybe we open it up by telling each other one thing that we haven't told anyone in a while. Maybe Ellie, how you lost your arm? I'll tell you how, well, you made a deal with me on the deck of, or you were offering a deal to me on the deck of the Bayou. That you'll tell me the story of how you lost yours if I tell you the story of how I lost mine. Maybe if Nemo, if you have something that you could tell us, and Tobias, you have something you could tell us.
Oh,
Maybe build
the
a
door
connection
opens
together.
up automatically. Like it's not a lock you have to unlock. You guys can go through it at any time.
Roger that.
You can talk about it in the next chamber because we got a lot of chambers to go through, my boys.
I love the idea that
Our gong sounds. Move along.
There's a spa guy that's like, excuse me, there's other customers waiting for the first room. Could you shuffle it
There's
over?
more people with Jade Experience.
How many friends does this person have? I thought we were the only ones. Okay, so we heard the gong. Now we need the key. So let's move on.
Nice.
We
Hold that
around
thought.
in our sobbing clothes.
Hold that thought, because I have a lot of rooms for you to talk in.
No. We go to the next room.
You guys started talking to each other, and like at this point in time, you're just sweating. Like you're getting a little woozy because you've been in this area that's so hot, and like all your pores are sweating. And you open the door to the next room. Through the next bamboo door, you are welcomed by a cool breeze that hits your body, which is still overheated, to the stem. The walls of this chamber are made of pure jade, each intricately carved into three-dimensional patterns of intertwining flowers, softly weeping from their natural cracks down the walls, trickling down to what almost looks like a concave floor. Like it slants for a little bit and then it just naturally seems to form into almost like a jacuzzi-sized pool. In that pool of cold water, there are vibrant pink lotus flowers that float along, as well as a tray floating in the center with 4 glasses of sparkling champagne. At the far end of the room is another bamboo door with a sign that says, "Proceed forward when you are ready, but not too ready, because we have things to do."
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I'll step in and go to the champagne flutes and
Immediately when you step in, Wolfe, you get that sensation of like hot from cold, where your muscles almost like begin to tingle and vibrate as it's really cold, but you dip in and it's just that.
Oh, I don't know if this is supposed to be relaxing or just cruel.
I'll step in as well.
I'll walk to the champagne flutes and hand them out to everyone.
Take one. Is it okay? I'll step in, but it's cold in there. Jesus Christ. Okay.
It's cold, but it's that shock. Like I don't know if you ever were a kid and like you stand in the jacuzzi until it gets like 180 and you jump in. It's cold at first, but eventually like your skin begins to tingle and it's super relaxing.
Okay, so I'm gonna get in and be like, "Oh, it is cold. Okay, gotta get used to this up north, huh?"
That's you.
Shock therapy.
Doc will hold his glass up and just say, "To friends, coin, and philanthropy."
Like that. Here's to that.
Here.
Takes a drink of it.
All right, I'll start as I'm shuffling very slowly and cold, keeping my arm above the water, through the pool towards the other door, and you can hear, all right, I'll start. God, this is cold. Oh.
It's cold when you get into the water because like your clothes and your like kind of kimono you're wearing is still like just warm with that like hot water from like the steam and everything. But like once you get in, that's when it hits you. And the champagne's like a fragrant sweet plum wine.
I shuffle as I'm shuffling through the water. Growing up, I got in a fight. Where I grew up, I had to fight to be able to, one, prove that I was worth of being a leader, and two, I had to fight people who were evil and who were cruel. Let's just say that one day I got in a fight and it went south. Decided to pick a fight with a couple of riot breakers. And as a result, this, and I gesture towards the arm.
You know, Ellie, after meeting riot breakers face to face, I believe you.
The worst part about it wasn't the riot breakers. It was the man who poured the gasoline on me and lit the match.
That's significantly worse.
Tell me about it.
Do you know his name?
Oh, yeah. And his face. That's me. Doc? Oh, thank God I'm out of this pool. Next room better be hot. I'm just saying it.
We gotta move to the next room.
Ellie, like you go up to the next room and find like a little letter hanging on the door handle. You open it up. You're already cold, but it says something along the lines of like, in this next room, you will be separated. Strengthen your bonds while you have the chance.
Is that a threat? Is the spell threatening us?
I would like to open the door and look through the door for a second.
You open the door and inside you see a young man whose hair is sort of pulled back into a ponytail, and he says, are you ready? You poor dears. I'm Toyama. I'm going to take care of you. And he gestures behind him, and there's almost like single stalls everywhere. And he's like, "This is the bath. You'll scrub down, be clean. Is everything okay?"
Toyama have any weapons whatsoever on him?
Toyama has no weapons. He's
take
wearing. When you look at him, you think so. Yeah.
Okay. I shut the door. There's no threat in the next door. We're okay. And the door opens. So, Doc, you're up.
Ellie's way of measuring thing. Can I kill him? Okay, we're good.
I'm going to hand my champagne flute to Doc.
We could share mine and we can wait for the other two and give them some time to think, and then they can tell us at dinner as well if we get through all these chambers. But I was wandering, feeling lost, and found myself upon the shores of Japan. It looks just like it does here. And when I was walking down through some farms, I saw a man walking down the streets as well, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw something disruptive. I saw a landmine sitting there on the side of the road. I tried to warn him, but couldn't hear me. I ran up to him, tried to pull him out of the way, but it was too late. He stepped on the mine. He lost his legs, and I lost my arm. He took me in and, I spent a while with him. I'd ask you, Ellie, Miss Ellie, how do you feel about your pneumatics? I'll tell you that at first I didn't like the idea of being a doctor, but that's why I insisted that when I had it replaced, that I helped, I learned, I did the work myself. That's why I knew what was going on. I did everything. I helped with everything other than the attachment. What about you? How do you cope with it?
Hurts every day. Second now to the eye. I have it. I didn't get a choice to get it. So it's part of me. It's part of my life.
Maybe someday we can build you a new one that doesn't hurt. Need
Maybe.
a pretty penny for that one, though.
That's right.
Should we proceed?
Yeah, apparently we're going to get separated in the next room. Nemo, Tobias, Doc, if they make any sudden movements, shout. Bet you we could break through these walls. We could probably kill anybody we need to, or at least fight our way out.
We don't have any weapons on us. I know you don't need one, and I don't need one, but...
I think the point is just be prepared. I don't think we need the weapons. Do what you can.
Okay.
Don't worry. Don't
All
worry.
right.
I'll scream real loud.
I'm loving this. So you guys go into the next room, and I want to stress something right here. You all are, for the most, legitimately experiencing the most luxurious, relaxing treatment you've ever had, and like you're on end, and like I love that, but I want that to kind of linger for a little bit. I want that to simmer, just to kind of point that out. I think it's great.
It's bringing it out of us.
Yeah.
Go to the spa, relive your trauma.
The spa is bringing out all the toxicity and letting it flow away. You open the door back up, and you guys see Toyama. He's about 5'4", black hair pulled back into a tight ponytail, and like you see now, he has like kind of the classic sexy scar, just like the right along the eye. And he says, "Oh, are you ready?"
That's just Ellie. You kind of get used to it. It's charming after a little while. But yeah, we're ready.
No. No judgment here. You are supposed to proceed when you are ready and when you feel calm and relaxed. Now, this is my least favorite part. Come in. I know you're cold. I'm going to take care of you. Okay, so behind each of these doors is a private bath for each of you. Take your time, scrub down. We're going to get you out of those wet clothes. We have a nice fluffy robe for you. Do you have any preferred scents you prefer?
What are the options?
The options are whatever your imagination is. If there is one smell that you can think of that brings you peace, that
Whiskey.
you enjoy, nostalgia, if that's your smell, we can replicate that.
Rose,
Perfect.
rose water.
We already have rose petals inside. You have a good taste, Miss.
Melville.
A pleasure, Miss Melville. We have rose petals already inside the bubble bath. Is there any other scent you would like?
No, just rose.
Rose is already acquired. And for the rest of you,
Pine trees.
pine trees.
Tobias, I was thinking the exact same thing, and I regretted not saying it. I would also like the scent of pine trees, please.
We have a deep herbal shampoo that can pour right into the bath that is made with pure raw pine. And for you, miss. And he looks at you, Nemo.
Tobacco.
A strange request, but absolutely. And to you, and he looks at you, Doc Murphy.
Whiskey?
Whiskey, it was a little strange, but I wanted to double check. I will do this. Normally, smelling like alcohol, I do not recommend for the purpose, well, obvious purposes, but my job here is to make sure that you are relaxed and a burden has been lifted off your shoulders. If it has not happened yet, I hope I can do it now. And he sort of gestures to the 4 stalls and leaves the room.
I'll take a stall.
I'll
Okay.
take and a stall.
Each stall is a private bubble bath filled with rose petals and just thick, white, bubbly foam. You guys go in. You can see sort of there's like a dirty hamper, and then there's a new set of clothes for when you get out, as well as towels. Probably the thickest, fluffiest robe you've ever seen is just waiting for you after you scrub down and have a nice, relaxing bath. There are candles just sort of rimmed on all the tables all around this bath. As you take your time to individually dip in, occasionally each of you, sort of covered in the bubble bath foam, will receive a knock on the door. We will start with Ellie.
Who is it?
It's me. Are you within the bubble bath? Are you decent? I have your scents for you to pour into the bath when you are ready.
All right. Yeah,
All right.
leave them here. I'll do it.
And you can see that Tuyama like sort of walks in and is like covering his eyes and puts the pitcher, not pitcher, but like small cup just like right on the table next to you.
Never mind. You can leave.
Oh yes. Tuyama leaves, and then next we go to Doc.
Come in.
He walks in, and it's like it's a syrup essentially, but like as he brings it in, it does smell like whiskey, and he exits.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah, and one by one, this will happen, unless anyone has any complaints or wants to react differently.
I think so.
I don't think I'm going to pour my scent into my bath because I don't necessarily want to smell like tobacco. I'm just going to hold the cup and smell it while I take my bath.
Okay.
I wanna knock on Nemo's door.
So they're individual rooms, so you would have to like come out and go to the next one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Bubbled up. I'm full bubble robing right now.
Oh, you're not wearing the bathrobe yet?
Absolutely not. No, full bubble robing.
All Ellie and Nemo
Freaking
conversations
naked, yep.
must happen in a bathroom adjacent
That's
situation.
right.
And naked, apparently.
What?
Can I come in? I'm coming in.
I sink to like here.
I open the door and I step in. How you doing?
I'm fine. I mean, you've got an eyeball out, your arm was burned off, so you're probably doing worse than I am.
I'm fine. Look, if you're upset about anything, let me know.
It's stupid, and you already know I just think it's weird. And I just really get the feeling he's not going to come back, and that's it.
Yeah. I can't tell you that he is. What I can tell you is that I need your help. Whether or not he comes back. Can
I'm
you
not
stick
going
around?
anywhere. I'm not. I'm not going anywhere.
You know, if I was leaving and you were upset about it, I'd want to at least you to tell me, straight and true. So,
Well, if you were leaving, I would come with you.
yeah.
But yeah, I get it. I will. Yeah. I go completely under the water.
I take your syrup and I walk out of the room.
Backa.
Back.
All right. You guys finish up your bath. Afterwards, you are greeted by very simple clothes and what is without a doubt the softest, most fluffy robe you have ever worn. Like Nemo, especially you, Nemo, someone who's like been through hard times, you can melt into this. It feels like, why would I ever need a bed again when I could wear this robe? It just poofs up around the collar. It is just so unbelievably foofy. And there is a door leading out of the bathhouse into the next room.
Check the door.
All right.
Check for traps.
There's no traps.
All right.
One by one.
I signal for everybody. We're good. We can go.
We're good.
See you right through that wall.
You let them know it's safe. The final
safe.
room has 4 cushioned chairs, each lounging back at a 45-degree angle. There's about 7 people in this spacious room, including Toyama, and each greets you with a friendly smile. Long ribbons of silk hang from the ceiling, each weighed down by a small jade coin. Sitting on the floor, cross-legged, is a beautiful silken kimono woman, and like the kimono has like a floral pattern over it, and she is gently plucking away at an instrument that looks like a small wooden table with strings draped across it. That instrument is called a koto. And it is basically, anytime you hear Japanese music, that's the instrument. This thing I'm playing over and over, because I can't put it on repeat, is a koto. As you walk in, Toyama politely gestures for each of you to take a seat on one of the chairs, or in one of the chairs.
Sit cross-legged in one of the chairs.
I sit by the bath attendant.
Relax in the next open chair.
Well, there's 4 chairs. The bath attendant's standing in front of them. But I will say, Toyama says, Miss, I'm going to need your feet. Could you extend them down, please?
To who?
To Nemo, because she's sitting cross-legged.
What do you need in my feet?
I am an excellent judge of character, and I can tell you right now, I think you've been through a lot. You've been walking most of your life. Your feet are probably sore and aching, and I'm here to take care of that, to massage away your worries, take care of them, put them in warm water. If you don't want to do this, that's fine, but I can assure you this is a safe space. If anyone came in here right now, I would personally take care of him. Did you see Bill outside?
The man with the hat?
Yeah, the big guy with the scars?
Yeah.
I trained him, so I promise you, you're fine.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you curious about that?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. how about this is a trust exercise? You trust me with your feet. Let me wash away your worries and make you feel better. And I will tell you about me, Bill, and what I used to do before I came here.
Okay, sure.
Part of letting go of your worries is about trust.
I don't really see what you're getting out of this other than touching my feet, but I appreciate it.
This is trust. We are bonding. You're trusting me, I'm trusting you, and thank you. Thank you for trusting me.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone else do anything? Or does everyone just kind of get into their chairs?
Is he offering to like rub all of our feet, or
Just mine. My delectable little piggies.
So, without like,
we know what he's getting out of it.
you guys can see like there's that I think I said it was the koto. Like there's that table instrument, and there's like a man sitting on a chair with drums, and outside of that there's about 8 people. He ain't just the only one rubbing your feet. Like you guys got about 8 people tending to you.
My feet are being massaged by a natural-born killer.
Jelly.
I just stare longingly for just a minute at the guy massaging Nemo's toes. Toyama, thank you. And then just is like, and sit in my own chair.
Sit down. And again, it's 45 degrees, so you guys are all like leaning back. All right. If everyone's sitting down, immediately as you sit down and lean back, hot towels are draped over your face. Nails begin to gently massage into your scalp, and your bare feet are dipped into hot waters as fingers begin to rub away at them. And you can hear those 2 people like playing the instruments, plucking away, playing the drums. And Toyama says, I have to say, oh my gosh, I freaking love this girl's hair. Did one of you dye it white, or did you do that yourself?
This looks like this.
I mean, it's beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. I just, I'm curious about it. Like, I haven't seen it before. If you use the magic, that's fine. I don't want to know. I don't want to, put you in a situation where the guild can come after you. I don't even want you to think about the guild, because that's wild. All I'm saying is it's unnatural, but in the best way. It's absolutely gorgeous. Like,
thank you.
You must have everyone chasing after you. Just, I'm stunned. I wish I could know how to do this, but you are beautiful.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And your friend over here, your friend, Miss, I'm just, is it red? Is it strawberry blonde? I'm not quite sure yet, but I'm so interested in it. Look, I mean, I have like simple brown and black hair, but I'm seeing it and I am amazed. It's been a long time since I've had such 2 beautiful ladies come in with extraordinary hair. I don't want to say what the color is. I'm asking personally.
I can show you later if you want.
I can see it now. I'm just asking because I have a herbal mixture based on if it's strawberry blonde, red, or blonde that will make it radiate like the fucking sun.
I think you're barking up the wrong tree, Ellie. I don't think this road goes the way that you want it to go.
Look, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna confirm. All right.
Strawberry red was what I was thinking, but I'm giving you. All right, it has to be red.
Brent didn't realize he did it either.
It has to be red because of a certain reason, but it can be like deep red, straight redhead, strawberry red, but it has to be red. I'm giving you that option to choose.
We can try them all after the massages.
Well, okay, so I have a herbal mixture that is going to make it's going to glisten like fresh spun silk, but I want to make sure I get the color right.
Okay. Yeah.
Strawberry red? You look like a strawberry red.
No, more like I would say like red if you threw a bunch of dirt in it. Kind of a muddy red.
You are not a muddy red. You are a dark rose, blossoming late in fall. Your hair glistens like a late blooming beauty. Don't you ever talk about your hair that way in front of me.
Don't you ever tell me the way that I can talk about my hair.
Look, there are very few things that understand me, that offend me, but I will not accept that negativity. Your hair is beautiful. I would love to have your hair. Don't you ever speak like that.
I'm supposed to be relaxing. I'm supposed to be relaxing. And I'm starting to just say that kind of quietly as I get my feet massaged.
Your feet are sort of being massaged, rubbed, dipped into water. Eventually, the warm towels are lifted, and a pair of hands begin to apply like a slick, smooth paste over you. They put the cucumbers on your eyes. You like you can feel the hands sort of like going harder into your feet. It hurts a little bit, but it's really nice because you kind of have been on your feet for a while. And Chiyama says, these poor feet, they're so tense. Hard day?
Hard couple of days, yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't Toyama asking about the hair, right?
Oh, yeah, Toyama's the only one talking.
Okay.
All right, so when they're doing all the face stuff, right? Like when they put the hot towel on, I'm kind of like, just one side, please. Thank you so much. When they come in with the cucumbers, I'm like gesturing, like just one.
Yeah, they do it.
I just want to pull up the cucumber, and I need to look at everybody in this room for a second. Can I make a notice check?
Sure.
And this crew of 8 for 4 people.
Target number
They've
5.
all got swords hidden in kimonos. I'm talking to Toyama. My hair used to be brown, actually. I was born with brown hair, and it didn't turn white until I was a couple of years ago, I guess. It just sort of happened.
I mean, I've heard of people like where their hair gets lighter in the sun, but I've never heard of anything like that. You have a gift. You have a gift. There's something
graying.
No, it's not gray. It's white. It's beautiful. It's pure. There's something special about you. There is something special about you, and don't you ever forget that.
Thank you.
What'd you get,
Hair
Jake?
can turn white due to a disease called Viltigo as well.
Is that what I have that made you think I was dead?
I mean, Viltigo doesn't kill people, really. It just makes your hair lose all the melatonin within it.
All right, look there, Mr. Strong Jawline. We're not going to have any negativity about there. Like, look, I get it. You're handsome. You're coming in. You think you can say what you want, but that's not the case. All right, this is the place of positivity. All right, handsome boy. I get it, but she ain't diseased. She's beautiful.
I got a 5.
I never said anything to the contrary.
Jake, when you ask, they do not put a cucumber on your eye. But like you look around and like all the people are just on you guys. Like they're working on your hands, they're massaging them, they're massaging your feet. Like there's nothing shady going on. So I have to ask, I've had my brutal days. Trust me, they're all behind me. And while you're relaxing, I just, part of my service, I want to make people feel comfortable. I know a lot of people come in here and they're worried, right? They're on edge. I mean, Malifaux isn't the nicest place, but I mean, do you have any questions for me? Anything I can help you with?
I think the best thing you can do is help us relax as much as possible, and you're doing a lovely job.
That's what I'm here for. And like as you're saying that already, they're beginning, like there's like a bowl of water and they're starting to wash your hair, and there's like a minty rosemary scent, as like they're just like scalp massaging it in. The music is still plucking along, and Tayama has that on the table if you want to ask Tayama anything.
What do you think about the guild?
Oh, the guild is absolutely terrible. I mean, all it does is bring suffering and misery, and it makes people afraid, right? Like, that's not what I'm about. I'm not about making people afraid. I used to be, but not anymore. And right now, we just need some peace and happiness.
Bill makes people afraid. You used to be like Bill.
Well, Bill is here to make sure that no one gets out of hand, because you never know. Like, people are afraid and they bring in weapons, and that's what Bill is here for. He's here to make sure that they don't bring in weapons. And if they do, they are punished severely, because that ain't going to fly, right? We don't want
How do
anyone
people bring in weapons when they take all of their clothes off in the first room?
Oh, some people think they're sly, right? They try to slip it under the shirt, under the robe or something, and dire consequences. We're not about that here.
Okay.
I'm gonna say we don't kill anyone, but not welcomed. Not welcomed. I mean, I did say I would tell you about me and Bill and training. Is that fine? Like, I don't want to stress you out. I just, I want to stick to my word. You are on edge.
I think it might be more relaxing for Ellie to hear about Bill than it would be to talk about her hair.
I mean, am I reading the room wrong? You all look very much on edge.
We're going to buy a better gun.
You're not going to buy guns here. I appreciate that. But I've never seen someone so tense.
I'm trying.
You know what? You're safe here. All right, here. Maybe you'll feel more safe if I talk to your friend. About my past. I used to be an assassin. I killed a lot of people. But killing people really takes a toll on the body and the soul. So I decided to help people instead of helping them feel dead. I wanted to help them feel good. And so here I am. I trained Bill. I helped him. And I made sure that anyone comes into this place and wants to bring negative energy and harm our customers, I'll slit their fucking throat. Right? And I'm not going to say if you have negative energy, that's bad. I'm going to say, like, if you come in with, like, a shotgun, I'm going to fucking kill you. That's what I'm going to do. But, like, if you had a hard day and you feel like you want a shotgun, that's fine. That's fine. Like, we've all been there. Malifaux is terrible. It's horrifying. And I get it. I get it. Like, sometimes you get to that place and you hate everything.
What if someone had a shotgun but they left it in their locker? Is that all right?
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Like, we all come in here and we bring weapons because, like, it's fucking Malifaux, right? Like, of course you're not going to walk around unarmed because I feel like sometimes the streets want to kill you. You're good. You're good. It's just like if you try to harm people here, I'm going to fucking kill you.
All right, Mr. Bill Trainer. You're very forthcoming with your I used to be an assassin, used to be a why. You give that to all the customers? That's a thing to say right there.
No, this one was really honest with me. Like, this beautiful woman with her beautiful white hair, and, like, I'm going to be honest with you. This is a place of honesty. Like, there's no judgment.
I guess that's fair. Okay, then.
I have to say, as a place of honesty and, speaking straight and to the point and all that, I really like whatever it is that you've got going on. I appreciate it. It's very nice.
For sure. That's all I ask. Like, and after this, you guys are gonna have an amazing dinner.
And wait.
Do you have any more questions? Like, I'm open to say them. Like,
I
to
got
answer.
two. I got two.
Oh, for sure.
How much is the Jade Experience? Like, how expensive is it?
Usually it's about 15 script
Okay.
per person.
Second question.
Yeah.
I like you. How do we become your
thank
friend?
you. I thought you were hard rock, but I'm glad. Thank you.
Yeah, place of honesty. How do we become friends?
I mean, I feel like we already are friends. Is there something else?
I think more like if we ever got in trouble and we needed to come here and we needed to stay here, or vice versa. If you ever got in trouble and you needed to come somewhere and stay somewhere, that we could, that type of friendship.
Right now, Malifaux, I mean, let's face it, it's a terrible cesspool of misery. This is a safe haven for many people where they can come in and relax. We are friends, but I can't commit to something like that because if you bring in bad business, if you bring in the guild, I'm going to have to continue doing what I'm doing. My job is to give people a chance to not feel like shit for a moment in this terrible, terrible city. After killing so many people, that makes me smile. That makes me happy when someone's like, hey, for a moment, I don't feel the oppression of the guild. That's my jam.
It's fair. What about to be the kind of friends where we go out to dinner sometimes and eat spaghetti?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I know it's expensive, but I would encourage you to come back. And I can talk to, oh God, what's her name?
Amina?
No, it's like Yukoma.
The person who bought our tickets.
I can talk to the owner and make sure, like, if you come back, you'll get a discount. Like, I see what you guys have been through. I can see it in your feet. Well, I know that sounds crazy, but right now, like, y'all are on the verge of bunions. Some of you have been hurting a lot and walking on your feet for far too long. That's not how I'm going to do. You can always ask for me. I'll talk to you. But yeah, if you come back, I can help you out.
Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Is there anything left in the foot massage session? Brent, are we through the foot massage?
Oh no. Okay. I thought you were asking the party.
No. I think we're just getting our feeties rubbed.
Yeah, listen about dudes killing people. It's great.
I want you guys to be calm, but I murdered so many people.
But not you.
But not
Toyama
you.
had a hard
Special.
life, but Toyama has turned his life around and doesn't kill people anymore.
Go to dinner.
All right.
That
It
was
is
part of the packaging.
9 o'clock. So, okay. Here's what we're gonna do because dinner's gonna get a little bit weird. It's 9 o'clock. We gotta end it soon. This will be kind of your guys' goodbye to Tobias
Before dinner or during dinner?
during dinner.
Okay.
So, let me see.
Tobias
those
dips
feelings
out
out
before
right now.
dinner.
Ellie and I told our secrets. What are yours? Nemo and Tobias.
Sit down at the table first.
Okay.
Yeah, let me get something in my gut first. I'm hungry.
Don't know what to
You
say.
guys are you come out, your hair is smelling wonderful. Nemo, your white hair glistens like fresh silk. It just like shines in the sun. Same with you, Ellie. Despite your talk, you are beautiful. To our boys, like you are your facial hair is trimmed. You have like a nice masculine like pine or sandalwood, and like friggin' Toyama took care of you boys. Like everyone is clean to the T.
Oh, I smell so good.
Yeah, like smell good, hair like silk, like it's like oh man, especially in 1902, you're like what the hell is going on? Trying to understand this, and you guys make your way to the dining room. When you exit, Ihara leads you into the dining room. Unlike common dining rooms, there is no common eating area. Instead, everything is separated by its own private dining room. You are led into a rather spacious room where there are low sitting tables, small chairs, and instead of a back wall, it's open. And like there's a balcony and you can see cherry blossoms, a small pond. Immediately after you are led in, Ihara like bows politely and walks away right before like a few people come in and bring in like tea and they pour it. It's made of like this small bone white china. It's sweet. It smells like roses, and they exit.
I'm gonna sit down at this table and get a plate. It sounds so good.
No plates, just tea.
No, just tea. I'm gonna get a tea. Get him to get some tea. It sounds so good.
I will do the same.
Same.
Yep.
So, Tobias, do you want to arm wrestle to see who has to go first?
Oh, to share our secrets?
Yeah.
That
I
takes
can
much
take
too
you.
long. Arm wrestling takes much too long. Just tell us. Spill your guts.
I got my secret ready right now, so you get ready because you're gonna have to do
Okay.
yours.
All
My
right.
secret. Don't eat. And he takes the biggest sip of this tea that he's ever had in his life. Don't eat Cook's canned meats. You don't want to eat it. It's gross. It's nasty. I would know because I'm the heir of Cook's canned meats. He takes another fucking sip of this tea.
It's not alcoholic.
It's not alcoholic, but I'm gonna pretend it is, because it's gonna take a little bit of alcohol to get to tell the story. So I'm pretending real hard.
Yeah, well, we knew that. Is that the secret?
Yeah. Are you not surprised? Are you not surprised that I'm the heir of Cook's Canned Meats?
I don't know when your parents
Damn.
like owned a meat canning factory or something. I don't know what it means.
Ellie, you're from the U.S. You know. Have you not read the story of Cook's Canned Meats and how they went, used to be all over the country, and then now they went down the tubes?
No. Sorry, maybe I heard about it once. I was probably chatting with folks. Remind me? You're the heir?
Yeah. I don't talk to my folks much anymore after the company, after it came out that they've been slaughtering their animals, raising them back up with necromancy, sewing them together, and then killing them again to get more and more meat off of them. That's my secret.
I mean, it's thrifty.
It's thrifty. It's gonna kill people if you eat necromancy meat. You ever eat a zombie?
Not that I know of, no.
Say I have.
There aren't really zombies across the breach, so no.
Well, if you eat the canned meat, you're eating zombies.
Didn't you
Okay.
eat the canned meat already?
Not by choice. You had to keep up appearances with the people in the building. Can't turn down the hospitality unless you want to get kicked out, but that's...
I mean, I guess it wasn't that big of a surprise. You made it quite a point to avoid it, and your last name is Cook, and well, you had lots of money coming in, so it seemed as though heir of
I
some
earned
sort
all
was-
of my money. My money is from working hard. I earned that money. I don't get any money from my folks anymore.
I'm just going to say right now, I don't know about you two. You two are stone cold about this. This surprises me. Nemo did mention this to me earlier, but I kind of was still putting it together.
Well, they're not from where we are. They're not Americans. They don't know. They don't know the story.
Hey, are your parents angry?
About no, they're still living it up. They sold the company. They don't deal with it anymore.
Why don't you take the money?
I don't want the money. They were complacent with the fact that they were making people sick.
Who owns the company? Do you know?
The guild owns it now. The guild bought him out. Now that's why you don't see it out in the U.S. anymore. You only see it here.
Yeah.
They're trying to sell it to these people who are so poor they can't afford nothing else except necromancy meat, and it's making all of them sick and it's killing them. And the guild's complacent in that.
Yeah, now that you're saying it, I remember a little bit more about this.
Mm-hmm.
I knew a couple people in the union who ate some of that and weren't feeling too good afterward.
Yeah, now you know why.
Interesting. I guess we all know now to stay away from Cook's meat.
I'm glad those people can afford bacon and eggs. That's all I'm saying.
I'm glad to.
Thanks for sharing.
It's my turn.
That's it.
So, I think Ellie already knows, but a little bit ago, I stabbed a guild marshal to death in the back in broad daylight, and I've had to, be somewhere else for a while after that. I didn't do it just because I was like mad or anything. It's the place where I grew up. It's like there were very clear and concise set of rules. Like if you did a good job, and you follow the rules, you'd be rewarded. You did a good job, and if you did a bad job, then you would be, you'd be punished. And one of the people who lived with me, she was really stupid and really young, and she, went to a cop. She went to a guild marshal thinking, oh, a guild marshal's going to help me. But, guild marshals sometimes will work for people who will give them money. So, and, I recognized him from that sort of thing. And I just didn't want anything to happen to her. So I had to take care of the problem. So that's kind of why I don't want to be seen, didn't want her to get punished, and I didn't. Yeah, so sometimes you stab a cop, it happens,
So, as this is going on, you guys are being given like different dishes. I had this whole
as they're putting more tea in my glass and saying, I stabbed a cop. They walk out of the room.
There's tea, there's exotic dishes. I had this whole wild long-term thing that would happen, but I don't think that's important right now. We're just going to say exotic dishes that are the most delicious thing you have ever tasted are brung out to you, but we're not going to focus on that. We're going to continue going with this, and we have like maybe 30 minutes left, and we got to wrap this up with like Tobias is gonna leave. So yeah, like Nemo, you're pouring out your heart. Everyone is finally pouring out their heart, but the train's coming. And I'm for thematic purposes, I'm going to stress it where like with the distance and everything, Tobias has maybe 30 minutes left before he has to just leave.
I will say, I think the girl is okay. I got her on a train and she went out to Egypt, and I waved to her when she left the station and she didn't turn around and look at me. Oh. Are you taking a train north, Tobias?
Yeah, but you killed a guild member. Did you know he was corrupt, or did you do it on a hunch?
I'd seen him before. He came by the house a lot, and people who came by the house are not. It's complicated, but yeah, I knew he was going to tell somebody.
Okay. Was it?
I didn't ask questions about yours.
Look, sometimes stuff happens like that. Personally, I look forward to the day that I can take on Asher. I'm glad that I have somebody who's experienced, Nemo, being with me.
I didn't do a very good job, but it worked, so.
Yeah.
I got a coat, so that's great.
You saved your friend. That's great.
Yeah, she was like 9, so. Anyway. Again, in the interest of being straight, true, and honest, and all that stuff that Toyama was talking about, I've already said it. I'm hoping that you come back, Tobias, and I hope that it isn't anything that we did or that didn't do or anything like that that's making you want to leave, because I think it's good to have everybody here.
During this conversation, the next course comes out, but only 3 of you get dishes. Nemo does not get one.
It's not something you did or didn't do. It's something we all maybe could have done better. And that's why, that's why I gotta go on the journey, because maybe next time we can do it better. Maybe next time it'll be better for all of us. Are you not gonna eat, Nemo? What, you not hungry?
No, I'm fine.
Would you like some of mine? I can share.
Thank you.
I have more of an
I'm
appetite
okay.
for conversation than I do for food.
I'll eat it if you don't want it, but you don't have to give it to me.
I'll pass it over. Are you okay with what you had to do? Are you willing? I mean, killing someone's a tough thing.
I shrug. Ellie just openly shrugs.
No. I don't know, I was thinking about it for a long time after the house where there was the guy in the coat there who had, was all jammed up to talk and things, and you were talking about respecting the dead. Like, yeah, this person wasn't very nice. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. I just, it's the only secret I could think of. And I thought maybe it was relevant for you to know that, that maybe somebody might recognize me from the guild and it could be a problem. But yeah, that's why I didn't go to the hospital.
I mean, it's relevant to know that you'll kill for your friends.
No, but
I understand. I didn't mean to pry, but just know that you have an open ear if you ever need to talk about it.
thank you.
So, Tobias, are you saying that there's nothing that we can help you with up north? Is this something you got to do alone?
I feel like it may be. I feel like you ever feel like the mighty call to go, to leave everything behind and go and sightsee up north? That's what I feel. I know y'all guys all got some, I know, Doc, you got a practice to set up here. Ellie, you got some Neverborn to kill up here. Nemo, you got you got a great destiny ahead of you. But I gotta go up north.
All right. I pull out from my wad of 25 script, of which we divvied that 100 out, I presume 4 ways. I pull out 3 script, and I put it on the table and slide it over to you.
I appreciate that. Train tickets ain't expensive. I'll pocket that money.
Tobias, if you don't come back, we're going to come find you.
As sure as I am about how we were going to fare at the factory, I'm sure I'm going to come back from this. And that's pretty damn sure.
I don't get to lose the next die. I'm just saying it. Somebody else lose a body part if it goes the same way as the factory.
For sure.
Without us, you probably would have been in a jail cell with a concussion.
No, he would have been hanged, strung up. That's what they do.
Enjoying this peaceful, beautiful dinner filled with like exotic foods you've never eaten, sushi and whatnot. Eventually, Tobias, you almost like feel a heat in your coat and pull out your pocket watch and see that it is indeed
It's time.
very soon time for you to leave.
Raise a glass of tea.
It's regrettably non-alcoholic tea.
I'm gonna call the waiter. Can we get 4 glasses of sake, please?
He sort of bows politely and he's like, of course. Nope. Yeah, he goes and gets sake. I'm sorry, I spent like 2 hours talking about this dinner, but it's not important right now. So he gets sake, he brings it back. You have like this very sweet rice wine. It's served in this cup that like looks like a ceramic egg that you pull open, and it's just like there, hot, boiling, not boiling, but warm and waiting for you.
Where was this when I was telling my story? We could have just got this whole time. Are you kidding me right now?
You just got to ask? I'll hold up the sake and just... Well, best of luck on your travels. Hopefully the fates bring us into acquaintance once again.
To us, to fate.
The best tour guide Malifaux could have ever given us.
You're welcome.
You still owe us 10 script for the second story as well.
And we still owe you a favor.
And Melville. He owes it to me too. Can't forget about him.
Won't forget about him.
Maybe he can carry you up the side of the mountain. He might be more athletic than we found.
He's built a muscle. I can feel it in my
like
heart. All right, boys. It's time for me to go.
All right. You guys watch as Tobias stands up before the dinner is over.
I'm gonna hug him.
Aww.
I stand up and I hug you. I'm very short. My head is like on like chest level. I'm like,
seeing Nemo do this, Doc's gonna go and hug them both, like arms around both of them.
I'd like to make a might check to pick all of them up.
yeah!
You succeed.
Excellent. I'm just going to draw just to make... Okay, I succeed. It wasn't the Black Joker. We're good.
Yeah.
You guys are good.
We all weigh like 90 pounds each. Very small people.
You guys all give Tobias this big last hug as he's determined to go north and complete whatever quest this is. As part of going through the Jade Experience, you all draw an additional twist card.
Yeah, it's gonna come in such handy.
Yeah.
Especially for you, right?
Yeah.
So if we ever need an extra twist card, it just costs us 15 script.
Yeah. A person. Yeah.
What a deal.
And we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at this kind of bittersweet moment where you guys are eating like delicious food, where every dish is perfectly prepared and like has like a theme and like this experience of eating, but the beauty, the complexity of this meal is not important. It's not. Much like all the research I did.
We can just come back. We can just come back, Brent.
Next
Just
episode
let
is
it go.
Brent
Just
reading
let it
his
go.
notes about the restaurant.
I think this is poetry. I spent all this time doing all this stuff with culture.
Brent, close the episode.
And I realized it's not important. It's Tobias. It's
Okay.
Tobias. That's what's important.
We
You
know you're not
enjoy
important,
this
Brent.
meal, this fancy meal, but it doesn't matter because I'm your friend.
The more you say it doesn't matter, the more important it seems.
It's DM growing pains. My sight wasn't focused. It's all about losing Tobias.
Thank you, everybody, for coming to this stream.
I believe that we are going to be getting the beautiful Lauren or Daniel with the actual closing words. But
No,
does
that's
Brent
the
have
closing.
an image that he would like to share with us, other than how dare you not savor my food?
No, I loved it. I loved it. You watch Tobias leave into the sunset, and you enjoy this beautiful, exquisite, fancy meal, but the flavors don't matter because you lost your friend. He left.
Beautiful.
Goodbye, guys.
And we will turn it over to Daniel and Lauren.
Hey, yes, everyone, thank you so much for being with us tonight. So sad that our dear Zack must leave for this period of time, but I assume he'll be back, hopefully.
For sure.
When things are back in order. Want to thank everyone for being here with us. Thank you to our cast and to Brent for running this session. We want to let you know that we are all over Twitch. Mondays at 7:30, we have Fate's End, which is a Dungeons and Dragons homebrew campaign run by our famous Lauren Hodges, and you can catch Deanna on that show as well. Every Tuesday at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, we are here with Twisted Veil. And then tomorrow, Wednesday, I'm running a campaign with Rhyme of the Frostmaiden right now over on Iron Valor. So check that out whenever you get a chance. We're going to do a quick little raid right after I announce everyone who joined us this evening. Shout out to 5e Magic Shop for pledging to the Patreon today, so thank you so much for doing that. John Iglesias for the follow on Facebook, and Poet de Tristes for some bits, so thank you everyone for that. We're going to make our way over to a fun little place. Looks like they're playing some sort of one-page RPG that's playing board games. So we're going to check them out and see what's going on. So thank you everyone so much for being here.
Bye, Zack.
Bye.
Bye, Zack.
Miss you.
Bye. And that's it. We're gone.
No, we're not. Let the fucking dinner. Let it go. Let it go.